She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6 bullet, 2 point start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Temporary with the... Thanks. If anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. First time out. 10-4. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detecting 12, take the check that one out.
6 bullet, 2 point start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Temporary with... Thanks. If anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. 10-5, sir.
33. I'm going to supervisor call to that.
1830.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining. I'm going to go straight to the coverage here real quick. They're giving some updates, and then there's going to be a press conference coming up here in 15 minutes for the Philly crash, and then there's going to be some updates on the DC crash as well. Thank you for being here. Special shout out Phantom67. Thank you for becoming a member again. 17 months, and thank you for being a part of the community from the very beginning. Appreciate you. We're going to get right to this update here, and we'll get right into it. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. We're just going to let this play through here, and then we'll get to these other updates. Thank you.
Now 8:11 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, this Saturday morning makes for a busy one with breaking news we continue to follow. This new aerial image coming into our studios. I want to share it with you, but I will say viewer discretion is advised. The shot just now going out, but it was an aerial shot of the devastation out in Philly. We do have, okay, it's back. Good news there. You can see as they continue to fly around and pan just how much of an impact this was to this entire area. Our content partners at Fox 29 Philadelphia, they are actually down there on the ground working to get information in real time and even speaking with locals about where they were when this happened, if they were in close proximity. Let's check in with them now.
And breaking this morning, 8 o'clock on the dot, the investigation into a deadly plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. Ring doorbell camera, you see it there, showing the terrifying moment the aircraft descended into the ground, exploding into a massive fireball. We're going to take another look from another angle. The aftermath widespread. Nearby cars up in flames, smoke overwhelming the area. The FBI arriving at the Northeast Philadelphia scene early this morning as federal investigators piece together what happened and what caused this crash. Of course, all of this coming just days after a mid-air collision between a jet and a military helicopter in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for joining us for Good Day Philadelphia weekend. It is Saturday, February 1st, 2025. I'm Shayna Ferreira. So let's get you caught up. What you need to know, especially as we come on the air this morning. Lots of details to get to. The first being here. The jet rescue ambulance plane was carrying a pediatric patient, her mother, and 4 crew members when it crashed along Cotman Avenue near Bustleton Avenue and the Roosevelt Boulevard Mall shortly after 6 o'clock last night. The patient was being treated at Shriners and was on her way back to her home country of Mexico. The crash happened less than 3 miles away from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, where it took off from. The plane quickly disappearing from the radar after taking off at about 6:06 p.m. The damage from the crash impacting homes nearby, cars, and businesses for blocks. President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social last night, saying, quote, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in.
Jen, I want to cut you over to Jennifer Joyce, who is live outside. And really, what are you seeing? Because the mood there must be shifting as the sun has now risen for the first time since all this has happened.
Yeah, exactly. And so I know all morning we've been showing you the scene here at Cotman and Bustleton. You can see there's some media out here, there's police out here, but there's also a lot of traffic. This is a very busy area. We're starting to see people coming out here, people bringing their phones, taking a look at what happened last night. And I know that so many people here are still in disbelief. Angelique, you're one of those people. Yeah. I mean, this is your neighborhood. Yeah. Just tell us a little bit about last night and where you were. And you said you started getting calls. People were concerned.
Yes, I started getting calls. So I work out here at the LA Fitness, and I didn't come out yesterday. And people started calling me, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And I have a niece that travels this Cotman Avenue every day, 5:30, 6 o'clock. And just imagine she got off late yesterday. If she wouldn't have got off late yesterday, she could have been in this. She travels every day. So I had to come up here this morning just to look because my niece travels this every day. I'm here 4 times a week at the gym. This is my shopping mall, you know, and I just wanted to see the location. you know.
What do you make of it, seeing it in the daylight after watching all of the footage last night? And what did you think last night as you were watching? This is such a busy spot with all of the homes and the cars and the traffic and the people on the street.
Yeah, you know, to know that not a whole block was blown up, or you know, I'm just it's wow. Just I mean, to see a big ball of fire drop. I'm on Cotton Avenue all the time. I'm in that mall all the time. I can imagine the people that was up here just in pure shock of what is going on here, you know? So, you know, thank God that, you know, as many people didn't get hurt, you know, because it could have been worse.
Yeah. And that's wild to think about.
That is so wild to think about. It could have been much worse, you know? They would have stopped in the middle. If he would have crashed in the middle of the block, that's the whole block going, you know? So thank God that, you know, just a few people were hurt, a few people were killed, because it could have been so much worse.
Well, Angelique, and I do want to talk about that. So right now we know that 6 people who were on the ground, they were transported to area hospitals, and all 6 people that were on that flight, including a young child who was undergoing care at Shriners. So Shriners did release a statement. We want to read that to you. Just expressing how heartbroken they are, going on to say that because of patient privacy concerns, we cannot say any more about the patient and her family at this time. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the medical crew and pilots who were also lost in this tragic event, as well as the people who were affected on the ground. And we are thankful to the first responders for their quick action. So again, live out here at Cotman and Bustleton, as many people are starting to walk over to the scene, drive by the scene, just in awe of what happened last night, and everyone is heartbroken. And Shane, as we've been saying all morning, we are awaiting an updated press conference, which we were told was going to happen sometime after 8 a.m. So we are standing by for that. And of course, we'll bring that to you from the ground as soon as it happens. Back to you.
All right, Jenny Joyce, thank you so much. And you're absolutely right. That's a very, very busy area in our city. I want to get out to Greg Payne, who's on the other side of that scene. Greg, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so I mean, just a few minutes ago, we actually saw the crime scene unit walking past us. But I mean, this crash happened at 6 p.m. yesterday, and you can see it is still very much an active scene here. And I want you to take a look at this video. This is coming from our news truck, and you can just see the extent of the debris and the burnt remains and the charred vehicles. And it just kind of puts it in perspective, the magnitude and the size of this accident, especially since we have daylight now. What we know about this accident is shortly after 6 p.m. Friday, a medical transport plane that took off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport carrying a pediatric patient, her mother, and 4 crew members crashed near the Roosevelt Mall on Cotman and Bustleton Avenues. The patient had been treated at Shriners Children's Hospital in Philadelphia and was being transported home to Mexico with a stop in Missouri. A medical transport company says they have no reports of any survivors. Several homes and vehicles were impacted by the crash. Philadelphia officials have yet to confirm any fatalities from bystanders on the ground, but we have learned at least 6 people were treated for injuries at local hospitals, 3 were treated and released, 3 others were listed in stable condition.
Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted, and so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible.
What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another.
And there is quite a large response in regards to this. The FBI is on scene, and of course the crash is still under investigation. And you can only imagine that this is probably going to look like this for quite some time as they continue on with this investigation. They don't want to touch anything, and that's also one of the things that Mayor Sherrell Parker had said during a press conference yesterday was, if you are living in one of these areas around this area, don't touch any of the debris you might see. So you can only imagine that this is probably going to look like this for quite some time. But one of the big questions, Shayna, that we have been asking, and a lot of people have been asking, and hopefully we'll get some answers to this. I know you said you'll have a guest on, but was weather a part in this accident? Shayna?
Greg, all questions to be answered for sure. As this investigation continues, thank you for what you're doing out there. Stay updated on what's going on and let us know what you find out, all right? 8:08 now. Let's take a live look at the Ben Franklin Parkway. Switching gears here. I know it's been a really heavy morning, a lot of heavy information, but we want to certainly give you a look at what's happening today to make sure you're all set and you know how to dress for the day. Drew?
Hey, Shane, let's look at positives. The sun is coming out. The skies are looking great. I want you to watch these clouds. These clouds are racing across the sky. I'm going to point right to the edge and just watch how quickly it leaves my finger. And that's just because of these winds that we have right now. These winds are not backing down until the sun sets. And these are cold winds. Temperatures are in the 30s. And that's all we get today. We are staying in the 30s. The wind blowing right now, the 20-mile-per-hour range, gusting into the 40-mile-per-hour range. There's your 30s just sitting with us underneath those beautiful blue skies that we see right there in Monco. To the winds we go. These are the wind gusts. The wind gusts are at their strongest over the next few hours. The wind's still really strong later this afternoon. Just those gusts not as strong as that 40-mile-per-hour gust that we have between now and about 3 hours from now. Finally, let's lose that wind after sunset. 9 o'clock on, the wind is light, the skies are clear, but that's your recipe for a cold night. Look at these numbers. 20 degrees in Philadelphia, a couple 20s in parts of Delaware and down the shore, but otherwise, everyone else is in the teens. And that's how we start things off on a Sunday morning. We're still sunny to start things on Sunday, but then in come the clouds. Look at this over Chester County. It's gloomy in the afternoon. 40 degrees is your number, but it's not windy tomorrow. Now, even though we get that 40 in Philadelphia and parts of South Jersey and Delaware, our Pennsylvania suburbs tomorrow do stay in the 30s. So it's chilly all weekend before we do a little juggling. Our temps seesaw for the week ahead. For your Monday and Tuesday to start the work week, how about this? Feeling like spring with numbers in the 50s, then down we go. 30s on Wednesday with some sleet and some showers in the evening. We're keeping an eye on that forecast. And then back up into the 50s we go on Thursday with some more rain. So here's what I'm thinking. It's Groundhog Day tomorrow. No matter what call this guy puts out, he's going to get it right because we have a mix of spring and winter in your 7-day forecast. So look at those 50s right there. In the middle of the week, your eyes go there. And then after a break on Wednesday with some of that winter weather that comes in after 2 o'clock, it's looking more like sleet than anything. And then switching to showers as some warmer air comes up over the night. And that leaves us with showers and mild weather for your Thursday. With this cold weather, we got it for the weekend as we welcome February. And we will be right back.
We appreciate Fox 29 Philadelphia for that detailed coverage. As they go to break, we are following breaking news here at 8:23 on the East Coast. Take a look at your screen. You're getting an aerial view of the devastation out in Philadelphia. Just a few seconds ago, the city of Philadelphia posting an update saying, quote, a devastating plane crash occurred in Northeast Philadelphia near Roosevelt Mall at Cottman and Bustleton Avenues Friday evening, January 31st of 2025. They go on to say it happened approximately at 6:10 p.m. A private Learjet 55, a medical transportation jet, departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport with 2 passengers, a mother and daughter, and 4 crew members were killed in the tragic crash. They go on to say as more information is released about the reason for the crash, we will be updated. This press release goes on to say, according to the FAA, the aircraft was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri with a final destination in Mexico, where the young child being treated for illness at Shriners Children's Hospital in Northeast Philadelphia lives. Now, the flight logs show the plane was in the air for only a minute before it crashed. Many people on the ground and parking lots along the street and cars and homes in the area were injured from this crash. The number of injured yet to be released, but information shared at this time reports a number of people were taken to Temple University Hospital in the Northeast area. Others may have been taken to other hospitals, but since there is an investigation underway and emergency operations, the number of people and the status of their injuries has yet to be released to the public. Of course, we're waiting for that information to be updated as well. We know the mayor in the area, Sherelle Parker, she did hold a press briefing quickly after arriving at the scene when this happened. She gave the public as much information as was immediately available. And then also we know that Governor Josh Shapiro, other city officials, they arrived as well. Of course, this is an ongoing investigation. We are told there is expected to be a press conference on this Saturday morning. No specific time given, but we heard from Fox 29 reporter moments ago that it is slated for after the 8 a.m. hour, so it could happen at just a moment's notice. But tragic news we are following this Saturday morning. Again, you're getting a live look of the scene footage, and you can see how people are coming out of businesses and homes in the area, surveying the damage. The city of Philadelphia reporting at least 6 people killed, multiple injuries from this plane crash. Again, this is preliminary information, so we are working to get more information in real time. This is an aerial view. Right now, I want to show you what it looks like on the ground. Emergency personnel still there at the scene, and then you can see cars just left there in the middle of the road as people had to abandon their vehicles to try to run to safety. Once that press conference gets underway this morning, you'll get it in full right here on Live Now from Fox. We do see that our content partners over at Fox 29 Philadelphia, they are back from a brief break. Let's check in with them now.
Welcome back at 8:21. We continue our coverage this morning on the deadly plane crash in the Northeast. There are still a lot of questions this morning as investigators on scene work to get them for us. We want to bring in aviation attorney and pilot John Gagliano. John, first of all, thank you so much for joining us this morning. A lot of questions this morning as it relates to this crash, but one of the biggest questions we've received from folks on scene is, could weather be a factor here?
It's not likely. This crew of the Lear 55 was very highly trained. They were tested by the FAA, and they had the qualifications to fly this jet. So I don't think, and they had the qualifications to fly the jet through all sorts of weather. I don't think it's likely. It's certainly possible.
For sure. Also, we did a little digging on these jet Lear 55s, and we found that they were manufactured between 1979 roughly and 1982, and this one in particular was manufactured in 82. Are we looking at a situation where perhaps this was an outdated plane, outdated technology? Do you have anything to speak to that?
Well, certainly the plane was a little bit older, but all of these planes are required to have comprehensive inspections, and they go through inspection processes constantly. You know, the pilots pre-flight inspect the plane, and you have mechanics take a really detailed look every few months, or at a minimum every year. So even though the plane's a little bit older, they really have some intense maintenance and qualified people looking at the maintenance and the equipment on board the plane all the time.
We've heard a lot about technology and instrumentation. Can you speak to any of that in layman's terms for us, in terms of what that means and what the question would be if it came down to that?
Well, instrumentation is the dashboard in the plane that the pilots use to fly through bad weather. Okay, instrument flying means flying through bad weather, flying through clouds and haze. And so the pilots look at those, and they also give a readout of the systems and the health of the systems on the aircraft. So all the instruments go through, again, pre-flight checks. There's a long checklist with items that have to be looked at before you take off. So when you say instrumentation in a plane, what you're talking about is all of the readouts on the dashboard that help the pilots fly through weather and any other type of condition.
This happened just about a minute after takeoff. What are some of the challenges, just off of your expertise, that you've seen, and maybe the concerns with it just literally just taking off a minute before?
Well, things happen very fast in a jet, and so you're also close to the ground. So if things start going bad, you don't have a lot of time to react. The higher you are, the more time you have, to glide down if something were to happen or to fix something that's gone wrong. But after takeoff, the plane's going very fast. It's climbing, and there are a lot of things that happen. Air traffic control is talking to you shortly after takeoff, especially in a busy place like Philadelphia. So the pilots are task saturated, and they need to have properly planned and be ready for things that happen, and you don't have a lot of time to react. But crews are trained on this, and you can't get in a plane like a Lear 55 without that training, without having everything planned out and knowing what's going to happen.
Are there any immediate worries or concerns you have with it just being a situation where it just came off the ground? Can it be mechanical? Could it be electric? Or is it just too soon to kind of know that or suspect that?
Yeah, well, it looks like with the angle of the dive, it looks like there's a control problem, which would mean, the pilots were not able to control it. Think of, a car, it'd be like the steering wheel locking up. If you can't move the car, the same thing can happen in a plane that's obviously in 3 dimensions. So it could be something with the control. That time just after takeoff would be the time when the pilots are engaging the autopilot. It could be an autopilot problem. So those are the things that come right to the top of my mind when I look at the video and I know that it happened just shortly after takeoff. As you're climbing out, you're moving the control surfaces around, you're bringing the landing gear up, the flaps, and you're engaging the autopilot. So it could be something to do with the control systems, and that's what it looks like at my first impression.
All right, John Gagliano, thank you so much for joining us, aviation attorney and pilot. We do appreciate your expertise this morning.
Thanks for having me under these sad conditions.
Absolutely. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, truly compelling interview conducted there by Fox 29 Philadelphia as this investigation is ongoing. 8:32 is the time, and giving you a live look there at the scene. Just moments ago, you heard me as I read out the latest from the city of Philadelphia. They released a document saying this devastating plane crash that occurred in Northeast Philadelphia near Roosevelt Mall at approximately 6:10 last night involved a private Learjet 55. That's a medical transportation jet. Unfortunate news, as we are learning, 6 people have been killed, multiple injuries in that plane crash, not yet knowing how many people were taken to the hospital. We're going to go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning as we are also following breaking news out in the DC area, giving you a live look outside of Reagan National Airport. I'm Jeanne Francine. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes.
Coverage on the it is still too early. The NTSB now just having the black boxes. But what do you think they can glean from analyzing those black boxes?
Good morning, Maureen.
Morning, everybody.
The black boxes are very, very effective and impactful, and it helps you kind of give you a roadmap as to what happened, because ultimately you want to try to prevent this from happening again. I know there's nothing that can be done to take away this tragedy. These families that are affected, they're never going to get those lives back, but we can hopefully moving forward figure out a way to prevent this from happening. And what's being shown with the black boxes and the information, the one thing that everybody's looking at right now is the height of that helicopter. It was too high, higher than it was supposed to be flown and in regulation. And you have to wonder why. I know that they were doing some training drills. They also said it was off the flight path, the helicopter. We do know that the commercial plane was coming into the airport. It was redirected to another runway, but it was on the standard path. And that path was announced to all of the aircraft in the area. All the aircraft in the area would have seen that that plane was coming into that runway at the height. So why was it that the helicopter was at that same height that allowed for a collision? That's the number one question. You don't know if it was pilot error, if they kind of got lost in the lights or the darkness, or if it was a part of their training where they were trying to do stealth flying, and going in different paths as a part of the training, and that allowed for that accident to happen. So those are the things that the experts are looking at now, but again, all with the goal of preventing another tragedy.
They're also looking at air traffic control, because that's been the question. This is a heavily monitored airspace. Could something have gone wrong with air traffic control? You mentioned a lot of things, and from what you've said thus far, it sounds like maybe the onus is more on the helicopter pilot as to why were they flying so high. Air traffic control, though, there are questions there that need to be answered.
There is, and one of the questions was there's generally two people who are assigned to kind of monitor this space, and at the time it was one. However, I'll tell you, just flying into that airport, which I've done, and a lot of airports, there's congestion. So just because there's traffic does not mean an accident is supposed to occur. And in fact, pilots are used to dealing with that congestion. When I'm coming into an airport, I see that there's congestion. Essentially what you do is get in line and you begin to do a circular path around the airport to make sure that you're not in the path of any other aircraft. And you essentially stand in line until it's your turn to land. Even if you have to keep circling around, there's a path that you do that with. So air traffic control does direct all of these planes, but it's hard to say that they made an error when the helicopter that collided with that aircraft was outside of its normal path. So did they do something the aircraft told them not to do?
I want to bring in just another aspect of this, because you are a aviation litigation expert as well. In cases like this, what are the biggest legal questions the families of the victims face in the aftermath?
Who's responsible, right? Who did something they were not supposed to do? And that's what we're talking about here. Is it the helicopter for being outside of the path that was supposed to be on, or the height that it was supposed to be at? So when I'm talking to these families, or I'm looking up, when I have my investigators looking into it, I'm trying to recreate the situation and then match that with what's supposed to happen. And then there's something that's going to stick out, because airplanes want to fly. Planes are built to fly. They generally do. So if there's a crash, something went wrong, something was done that wasn't supposed to happen. And that's what you're looking for, that piece to stand out so you can identify it and then determine who was responsible for it.
Dante, unfortunately, we have to keep it there. So many questions, though, that so many people have are still unanswered. I know that a lot of this will lead to changes, hopefully, that will lead to better safety measures. Dante Mills is a private pilot and an aviation litigation attorney. We thank you so much for your insight this morning.
Thank you. And we're also praying for the people in Philadelphia in that crash and that tragedy up there.
Indeed, we are. Thank you for that. 8:21 is our time right now. Coming up, raising money for cancer research. Up next, we're taking a closer look at the competition between a group of frontline workers. And as we go to break, I want to remind you, if you see news happening or you have a news tip, send it our way. You can email us at fox5dc@fox.com or give our news desk a call. The number is 202-895-3000. Again, that's 202-895-3000. Keep that email and number handy. We will be right back.
All right, so you see in real time, Fox 5 DC, they continue to demand answers. And as they go to a break, I want to give you a live look again outside of Reagan National Airport here at 841 on the East Coast. We're going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day.
There's a lot of fear.
Come out on this Saturday. Can you break this down for us from the legal perspective?
From a legal perspective, people have rights. If you have not been ordered deported from the country by
All right, so it looks like they're just about ready to go here in a few minutes. They're getting set up. Let me see. When we go back to the plane crash updates from Fox, we'll switch back to this. Otherwise, we'll have this live feed up here waiting for them to join. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. We'll let these updates get through, and then I got some other stuff I wanted to get through with you guys that came over overnight, and different things with the air traffic control as well. So we'll be going through some more of that. After this update, I'm going to go ahead and turn the scanner back on too. That way we can hear if there's any updates out there with the scanner. So it looks like they'll be getting set up here in a few. Shouldn't be too much longer. I'm guessing about maybe 5 or 10 minutes or so. And then they'll be having that up there. Give me 1 second. Let's see if there's any other updates here. One moment. Let's see here. There's still recovery mission out in DC. Let me switch to that real quick here. All right, so here's this. This is an update going on out in DC right now. They've only been able to recover, I think they said 44, I think. They've only recovered so far. I did not move to South Carolina. What's up, Guidance? Fly Girl, Danny, Miguel, YouTuber, Carol, Beach Bell. Yes, they are very understaffed. We found out that they were supposed to have 30 air traffic controllers in Washington, D.C., and they only had 19 at the time. And the one air traffic controller that was handling the situation in D.C. was actually doing two people's jobs at once. So, yes, very understaffed. And definitely could have had something to do with it. I don't know. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit after this new press conference in Philly. So that's live in DC right now. They're still, they said they're still looking for the main cab. And that's the reason why they haven't been able to get all 67 so far. They have recovered, I think they said 44, and they've only been able to identify, they'll have the reports coming out here again soon. I believe it's under 20, maybe more closer to 10. All right, so here's this. Let's see here. I'm just looking around, see if we can find some others. So here, we're going to go back to this.
Live look out in the Philadelphia
and
area.
That's what it looks like
Tragic
this
news
morning.
We continue to follow on this Saturday morning. The city of Philadelphia just putting out a press release moments ago. They say from their office that 6 people have been killed from this plane crash, multiple injuries. They say they don't even have a count of how many injuries from this plane crash because so many people were taken to different hospitals in the area. We also continue to follow the very latest out in the DC area. Windy conditions, as you can.
Yeah, there's going to be a Philadelphia update coming here just in a few minutes. It was actually supposed to start at 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern, and we're still delayed. So we're just waiting for that to come up, and then we will go through all of that.
You can see as the camera whips back and forth outside of Reagan National Airport. We'll continue to have updates throughout the morning on both of these stories. 8:54 here on the East Coast. I'm Gina Francine. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
All right, so we'll go ahead and switch back to this until they're back from their break. Oh, that camera feed, I'm sure it'll come back up. Just hold on 1 second. Let me see here. All right, we'll switch back to this. Looks like it's coming back up. All right, let me see here. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is a free way. And let me see here. So they're getting that feed set back up. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm just trying to see if we got any other feeds here. I'm sure there'll be some other ones popping up. Raw video. Let me see here. Here, this actually shows some video from last night. Good morning. What's up, Silky, Rosie, Mama K, Busby? They are going to have a press conference here. It was supposed to start 25 minutes ago, but it looks like everything is getting ready and set back up. All right, so we're back over here. Let's see here. We're going to be jumping around here. We'll go back to this one here.
This compelling scene footage as we continue to follow the very latest out in Philadelphia. The city of Philadelphia releasing a document saying at least 6 people have been killed, multiple injuries in this plane crash. Now, you're seeing in real time what the scene looks like, but this is how it looked just a few hours ago. This courtesy of Steve Keeley, who works at Fox 29. You can see the blaze there on your screen and people who just had to evacuate their vehicles. Those vehicles still left there on the street as we continue to follow the latest information. I do want to tell you all that we are being told that at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time, that there will be a news conference out in Philadelphia on this latest finding. So, of course, we will have that for you uninterrupted and in full right here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to learn more, let's go ahead and check in with our content partners at Fox 29 Philly as they have team coverage this morning.
Investigation into a deadly plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. Ring doorbell camera video showing the terrifying moment the aircraft descended into the ground, exploding into a massive fireball. Let's take another look from another angle. The aftermath widespread. Nearby cars going up in flames, smoke overwhelming the area. Of course, all of this coming just days after that mid-air collision between a jet and a military helicopter in our nation's capital. Thanks so much for joining us for Good Day Philadelphia Weekend. I'm Shane.
Good morning, Princess.
Saturday, February 1st, 2025. So let's get you caught up on what we know so far this morning on the air. The jet rescue ambulance plane was carrying a pediatric patient, so a young child and her mother, and 4 crew members when it crashed along Common Avenue near Bustleton and the Roosevelt Mall. Shortly after 6 o'clock last night, mind you. Now, the patient was being treated at Shriners and was on her way back to her home country of Mexico. The crash happened less than 3 miles from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. The plane quickly disappeared from the radar, according to officials, after taking off from that airport at roughly 6:06 p.m. The damage from the crash impacting homes nearby, cars, and businesses for blocks. We have multiple crews covering the story this morning. It is the story of the day and will likely be the story for quite some time as investigators sift through all of this. We'll get to our Jennifer Joyce in just a moment. But first, let's start with Greg Payne. You are pretty much in the thick of where that plane came crashing down. And now we're getting really the first look at this in daylight.
Yeah, Shana, well, as you mentioned, I mean, this crash happened at 6 p.m. yesterday, and it is a very active scene, and you can actually see off in the distance, you know, there are FBI, there is ATF, so all different types of response groups that are here. Now, I wanted you to take a look at this video from one of our live trucks that we have, that you can see the extent of the damage. You could also see kind of a close look at some of those vehicles that are charred. Now, I also want to now go to a view that we have with our helicopter, with our Fox helicopter, and you can just see now the overall scope of just the vast majority, how large this radius is of this accident. Now, what we know about this accident is shortly after 6 p.m. Friday, a medical transport plane that took off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport carrying a pediatric patient, her mother, and 4 crew members crashed near the Roosevelt Mall on Cottman and Bustleton Avenues. The patient had been treated at Shriners Children's Hospital in Philadelphia and was being transported home to Mexico with a stop in Missouri. The medical transport company says they have no reports of any survivors. Several homes and vehicles were impacted by the crash, and Philadelphia officials have yet to confirm any fatalities from bystanders on the ground. We have learned at least 6 people were treated for injuries at local hospitals, 3 were treated and released, 3 others were listed in stable condition.
Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted. And so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible.
What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another.
And like I said, I mean, you're seeing a number of response teams that are here, and you can see off in the distance, like I said, the ATF, the FBI. Currently, this crash is under investigation, and you've already started to see the impact that this is actually having on the overall area. Just went on over to the Starbucks, and they opened for an hour, but they decided to close in regards to safety reasons. There's other businesses around the area that seem like they're trying to open up, but, you know, it's just a very large scene, and what you're seeing right now is probably something you are going to see in this area for quite some time as they're continuing on with this investigation. And one of those main questions, Shana, that we've been talking about is the fact that many people are asking whether weather played a role in this accident. Shana?
I'm sure the NTSB will certainly be the folks to ask about that as they kind of get to the bottom of all this. And you're right, that is a very busy corridor. A lot of mom and pop shops, restaurants, stores. There's a Target nearby. Jenny Joyce, you're live in the thick of that as well on the other side. And you see all those businesses. What are folks saying?
Yeah, so Shana, as we've talked about this morning, a lot of people have been coming down, trying to take a look at the scene for themselves, but there's just a lot of traffic in the area. It's a busy area. Here's an unrelated ambulance trying to get through the intersection here of Bustleton and Cottman. But let's take a look at the scene itself, because we have just seen a number of responders, investigators come to the scene, members of ATF, a specialized team from FBI, as well as the crime scene unit. They came wearing these yellow boots here, going through some of the evidence that remains at the scene. So we've seen a number of investigators since the sun has come up. Again, we are expecting an update from them in just a little bit. Last night, we talked to witnesses nearby. One man describes what he saw in gruesome detail and says he did his best to try to help people impacted on the ground.
I gave the shirt off my back to help a young child with a head laceration. A piece actually went through a red pickup's window, hit the kid, and the parents were shouting, "Help us, help us, help us." No one was around to help at the time. Cops are just approaching. I took the shirt off my back, gave it to them, said, "Push this on his head, keep pressure." I ran back to my car. I got rags. I got anything I could find to absorb blood, push on cuts.
And so, as we have reported, this jet rescue air ambulance was carrying 6 people, including a pediatric patient who was undergoing treatment at Shriners Hospital, along with her mom and 4 crew members. They were returning home to Mexico. Back out here live at the scene, I want to introduce you to this woman, Lena. Lena, you were just stopping by. Lena tells me that the sound that she heard last night was just horrifying.
I can't describe the sound, but as I can, I'm sorry, I cannot talk. I'm very nervous. The sound I heard last night was terrible. Like in my life, I never had this kind of sound. My ear is still like buzzing from last night. I was driving 5 minutes before. Like I could have been here if I was driving. Then I parked. I went to my living room. Oh my gosh! I was in my living room. I was feeling like I felt like my house broke. I ran outside. My neighbor came. I was like, "What happened? Are you guys okay?" And he said, "Look at the sky." I was like, "1 second, what's happened to the sky?" Oh, look at, and it was all cloudy, smoky. I was smelling gas. I got so scared. I went in. So then I found out from Citizen Ave, it's just the plane was crashed right there on Carmen Avenue.
So, Lena, did you evacuate at all, seeing all of that smoke? No, you stayed inside your home.
I stayed inside, but I was very what's that called? I wanted to hear, I wanted to see what's going on outside. Like I wanted to make sure everyone else is okay. But I felt my friend was outside, and she told me, "Lena, come out." I was like, "What happened?" She said, "You have no idea what's going on outside. Like something big explode." I was like, "What's going on?" She said, "Just come outside." I was trying to come, and then there was a lot of people. I couldn't make it.
When you think about all that you went through last night, what kind of emotion are you feeling? And now understanding the outcome of 6 people aboard that plane that didn't make it, several people on the ground that were transported to area hospitals.
I feel so bad for the families, especially for the child who was trying to save. Family was trying to save the child, but they got killed in the plane crash. But from all this happening, I feel like my brain, not only me, I feel like everyone who was outside and all the families who live surrounding this area, they are not gonna be okay. They're not gonna be okay. Especially what's been going on since January. I don't think people brain mental health, I don't think they will be fine. And how long it's gonna take to recover?
Such fear, such trauma.
Of course it is. Like, how do you feel if I ask the same question? What would be your answer? You know, look at in the morning, I couldn't sleep all night. All night I was hearing ambulance, plane, helicopter, all this sound. I couldn't sleep. I woke up 6 in the morning. I was trying to see what's going on, but they don't let us go. They don't let us go to see what happened.
Lena, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, and I'm glad that you are physically safe, and you're here to share the story.
Thank you so much.
But as you can see, I mean, the impact is it's not just involving the patients that were taken to the hospitals, but it is an entire community up here. You know, we're hearing from community members, people who stepped in, who were here last night on the scene and just rushing to try to help people.
Thank you, Beach Bell, $9.99 super chat. Thank you. She is beautiful.
That all of this is going to have.
She just runs this house.
Back to you, Shayna.
Hi, baby. Lots of trauma there. We will stay on this.
Hi
and we'll
again.
be right back.
Come here.
Fox 29's Instant Reaction is sponsored by the Pennsylvania Lottery. If you're
that's weird. But contribution call out. Thank you, Beach Bell. Appreciate you, and thank you all for being a part of the community.
On the East Coast, you're getting a live look. This, as we just know, the city of Philadelphia just releasing to the public the latest information. They say 6 people have been killed, multiple injuries reported in this plane crash. We do know that it was carrying medical transport, as we are being told. The plane crash, a medical transportation jet, a private Learjet 55, departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport with 2 passengers, a mother and daughter, and 4 crew members, who again, all of them unfortunately killed in this tragic crash. The FAA reporting the aircraft was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri, with a final destination in Mexico, where the young child being treated for illness at Shriners Children's Hospital in North Philly lives. Flight logs show the plane was in the air for only a minute before it crashed. And of course, once this press conference gets underway, we'll have even more information to share with you in real time. 9:09 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. Now let's go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the gifted membership, and shout out YouTuber for getting that gifted membership. Thank you again so much for being a part of the community. We're going to flip between each one. There should be a press conference coming here shortly. Man, look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at that from a small jet. From a small jet. Oh my gosh.
Here on the East Coast, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, we always appreciate you getting your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day from us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have that shot that I tried to show you all that went black for a moment. It takes us out to Philadelphia. Again, the podium now set, and you can see all of the microphones and flags there as we are waiting to hear from officials. This press conference was slated to start at 9 o'clock, but as you can imagine, as they're working to learn more information in real time, it has been pushed back. So as we await, I do want to give you the latest information of another air crash. This one we've been following for pretty much all of last week, that deadly DC aircraft collision. New findings and interviews underway this morning as the National Transportation Safety Board continues its investigation into Wednesday's deadly midair collision near Washington, D.C. You're getting a live look there outside of Reagan National Airport. Authorities saying they expect to find the bodies of all 67 people on board the two aircraft, the American Airlines passenger jet and the Black Hawk helicopter. Fox's Caroline Elliott joins us from Reagan National Airport on the latest search efforts.
Dive teams battled wind and rain and made some big finds, but for now, more questions than answers. Crews pulled up a large piece of debris near the banks of the Potomac River, but the search is not over. Now the National Transportation Safety Board says barges are on their way to debris zones.
After their arrival, they will be secured, located, and then significant salvage operations will continue.
Crews also working to recover the bodies of victims, but some are believed to still be in the plane's main body. Authorities expect to find the bodies of all 67 people and say recovery and identification efforts are their top priority.
This is heartbreaking work. Supporting the response team. This has been a tough response for a lot of our people.
On Friday, investigators found the helicopter's black box after finding the regional jet's boxes the day before. Investigators say the cockpit audio and other flight data could help them piece together how the crash took place.
And once we do have that download, we will not be releasing immediately the information regarding it.
One key focus so far, the air traffic controllers working at the time of the crash after an FAA report that staffing levels were not normal.
We'll look at their training, their hiring, everything, what they probably ate that day.
Now, those interviews are expected to take place over the next few days as investigators continue trying to download that data from the black boxes. At Reagan National Airport, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. Again, giving you another live look outside of Reagan National Airport as White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Donald Trump is intent on increasing staffing at air safety agencies. The statement coming in as the investigation is ongoing this Saturday into whether the air traffic controller on duty when the American Airlines regional jet and Army Black Hawk helicopter collided near Washington was a diversity, equity, and inclusion hire. The 64 people on board the plane and the 3 soldiers on the helicopter all perished. Multiple other investigations continue. Fox's Alexandria Hoff joining us from the White House with the latest.
The Black Hawk was too high.
President Trump, joined by Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, signed additional executive action relating to reducing regulation. There, he was pressed on comments he had made about DEI hiring potentially contributing to Wednesday's deadly air collision.
I like to put it up front. We have to have the best people, the smartest people, the sharpest people as control tower experts, and that's what they have to be.
13 Democratic state attorneys general signed a statement calling the president's claims baseless and an insult to those who are grieving and the individuals serving in the military and air traffic control. The White House reiterating the president's position.
Okay. We certainly have seen the deterioration of federal hiring standards at the Federal Aviation Administration. And the president wants to increase those standards. He wants pilots in this country who have the great responsibility of flying American citizens by the tens of millions every single day.
We're going to the Winter White House. We're going to be working all weekend, and we'll see you down there.
Before departing to spend the weekend at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump met with the CEO of advanced computer chip maker NVIDIA.
We had a meeting. It was a good meeting.
Stock was rattled by China's AI startup DeepSeek.
Eventually, we're going to put tariffs on chips. We're going to put tariffs on oil and gas. That'll happen fairly soon. I think around the 18th of February.
Now, President Trump did say that the tariffs he plans to impose on Mexico, Canada, and China may have an impact on American consumers. He says that that could be a temporary, short-term disruption. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you so much. Again, we are working to find more information, a lot of unknowns and unanswered questions this Saturday morning. 9:17 is the time. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Windy conditions, as you can see the camera whipping back and forth as it looks onto Reagan National Airport. You can see flight operations have resumed. Fox 5 DC, they continue to work to get us those answers in real time. Let's check in with them now.
I'm just waiting for the update to come out on the other one. We're going to watch this helicopter feed of the devastation down here. This is, I don't even, I don't know. I'm just shocked by seeing all of this damage. It doesn't even make sense. We'll switch back to the other feed here in a second when they come back. We'll keep switching to this as well. This is, my gosh. I'm confused that it looks like this, you know? Very confused. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. They should be having that press conference here soon. We're about 20 minutes behind them doing it, but I'm sure it's for a good reason.
Lost their lives Wednesday night. 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board the American Airlines jet from Wichita to DCA. 3 U.S. Army soldiers were on the Black Hawk helicopter that collided with the plane. And today we're hearing from the father of the crew chief aboard that Black Hawk helicopter. He talks about his son, the crash, and the video shot by Fox 5. Our Josh Rosenthal has more.
Thursday, shortly before 5 a.m., the remains of U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Ryan O'Hara, draped in an American flag, transferred to an ambulance as first responders look on.
It was very touching to see the other soldiers saluting as they take him out with the draped flag over it, but to sit there and think that that's my little boy, it's crushing.
O'Hara from Georgia was 28. He leaves behind a wife and 1-year-old son. He also did a tour in Afghanistan before the tragic crash back home.
He loved being in the military. He was so proud of being in the Army.
Dad Gary O'Hara says when he first learned of the crash Wednesday night, he didn't have confirmation his son was on board the helicopter, but all he heard was Black Hawk down.
I just knew that it was him. My heart just broke.
As for what Gary will eventually tell Ryan's son,
he was a wonderful person, made me a better person for having to raise him. I couldn't have asked for a better son.
Josh Rosenthal reporting. Gary O'Hara tells us that his confirmation that Ryan had passed came Thursday morning when 2 soldiers knocked on his door. This morning, we're learning more about the victims from some of the impacted families. Yesterday, we spoke with Will McPherson. He says his cousin, Casey Crafton, was killed in the crash. Crafton graduated from Bob Jones University in 2008 with an aviation and airway management degree. He leaves behind his wife, Rachel, and their 3 sons.
I'm assuming want to have some clarity on kind of, why, kind of answer the question why. But I think probably, at least for the most part, they're just focused on kind of moving forward and making sure that, they love one another well and take care of one another well. But I mean, there's definitely going to be, just that why question.
McPherson has started a GoFundMe in memory of his cousin, with the funds going to Crafton's family. Well, 14 of the crash victims have ties to the figure skating community, including young figure skaters, their families, and their coaches. Fox 5 Sierra Fox is hearing from those grappling with this unimaginable loss. She's in Arlington with more.
The Ashburn Ice House is usually a place of joy, a place to have fun, but right now it is a place of mourning. In the lobby, there's a growing memorial with flowers, balloons, and stuffed animals, serving as a heartbreaking reminder of the lives lost too soon.
I don't know that there's a word that I can describe it. Tragic, unimaginable, devastating.
This is especially tough for General Manager Rob Lorenzen, who is connected to all the athletes and parents. He oversees both the Ashburn Ice House and the MedStar Capitals Iceplex in Arlington, 2 facilities that together have lost 14 beloved members of their community. Young skaters just 10 to 14 years old, their families and their coaches, all killed during the mid-air collision while returning from a U.S. Figure Skating National Development Camp in Wichita, Kansas.
The individuals that advanced to the National Skating Development Camp are the best in their age level. They're one step away from world competition and the Olympics. To reach that pinnacle takes an army. The coaches, the family, the parents, the time and commitment.
The pain is unbearable.
It's been a very emotional time for us, managing through these 48 hours.
Savani Shrivastava, who has been skating for nearly 10 years, says she lost more than just teammates. She lost family.
Part of me thinks that this is just so unreal. This didn't happen. And part of me is like, why did this happen? Now I lost so many of my close friends, so many coaches that I know.
Counselors and therapy dogs are now on site, offering comfort and emotional support to those struggling to cope. However, the grief is overwhelming.
One you lose a skater, it's like you pull Stitch out. It's very hard when you lose a skater, nevertheless losing so many. So, but being a skater, you're all family no matter where you come from.
Sierra Fox reporting, we're told there is a private candlelight skate happening this weekend to pay tribute to those killed in this tragedy. It's not open to the public, and media is not allowed to attend either. Facilities say they will release more information on how people can help out, but for now, they're just asking for thoughts and prayers. So to come, a court slamming another roadblock in front of the president's efforts to freeze federal funds. So what's the next step? We're going to explain. Plus, the end of congestion pricing. A new report claiming the Coast Guard and other entities out there on the waterways continuing to learn more. Moments ago with our Fox 5 DC team, they had an interview with an expert about what went right and what went wrong. I want to play that for you now.
We'll see those temperatures into the 30s. So upper air pack.
Good morning, Maureen. And the black boxes are very, very effective and impactful, and it helps you kind of give you a roadmap as to what happened, because ultimately you want to try to prevent this from happening again. I know there's nothing that can be done to take away this tragedy. These families that are affected, they're never going to get those lives back, but we can hopefully moving forward figure out a way to prevent this from happening. And what's being shown with the black boxes and the information, the one thing that everybody's looking at right now is the height of that helicopter. It was too high, higher than it was supposed to be flown and in regulation. And you have to wonder why. I know that they were doing some training drills. They also said it was off the flight path, the helicopter. We do know that that the commercial plane was coming into the airport. It was redirected to another runway, but it was on the standard path. And that path was announced to all of the aircraft in the area. All the aircraft in the area would have seen that that plane was coming into that runway at the height. So why was it that the helicopter was at that same height that allowed for a collision? That's the number one question. You don't know if it was pilot error, if they kind of got lost in the lights or the darkness, or if it was a part of their training where they were trying to do stealth flying, and going in different paths as a part of the training, and that allowed for that accident to happen. So those are the things that the experts are looking at now, but again, all with the goal of preventing another tragedy.
They're also looking at air traffic control, because that's been the question. You know, this is a heavily monitored airspace. Could something have gone wrong with air traffic control? You mentioned a lot of things, and from what you've said thus far, sounds like maybe the onus is more on the helicopter pilot as to why were they flying so high. Air traffic control, though, there are questions there that need to be answered.
There is, and one of the questions was there's generally two people who are assigned to kind of monitor this space, and at the time it was one. However, I'll tell you, just flying into that airport, which I've done, And a lot of airports, there's congestion. So just because there's traffic does not mean an accident is supposed to occur. And in fact, pilots are used to dealing with that congestion. When I'm coming into an airport, I see that there's congestion. Essentially, what you do is get in line and you begin to do a circular path around the airport to make sure that you're not in the path of any other aircraft. And you essentially stand in line until it's your turn to land. Even if you have to keep circling around, there's a path that you do that with. So air traffic control does direct all of these planes, but it's hard to say that they made an error when the helicopter that collided with that aircraft was outside of its normal path. So did they do something the aircraft told them not to do?
I want to bring in just another aspect of this, because you are a aviation litigation expert as well. In cases like this, what are the biggest legal questions the families of the victims face in the aftermath?
Who's responsible, right? Who did something they were not supposed to do? And that's what we're talking about here. Is it the helicopter for being outside of the path that was supposed to be on, or the height that it was supposed to be at? So when I'm talking to these families, or I'm looking up, when I have my investigators looking into it, I'm trying to recreate the situation and then match that with what's supposed to happen. And then there's something that's going to stick out, because airplanes want to fly. Planes are built to fly. They generally do. So if there's a crash, something went wrong, something was done that wasn't supposed to happen. And that's what you're looking for, that piece to stand out, so you can identify it and then determine who was responsible for it.
Dante, unfortunately, we have to keep it there. Are so many questions, though, that so many people have are still unanswered. I know that a lot of this will lead to changes, hopefully, that will lead to better safety measures. Dante Mills is a private pilot and an aviation litigation attorney. We thank you so much for your insight this morning.
Thank you. And we're also praying for the people in Philadelphia in that crash and that tragedy up there.
Indeed, we are. Thank you for that. 8:21 is our time right now. Coming up, raising money for cancer research. Up next, we're taking a closer look.
All right, so Fox 5 DC teasing ahead to other coverage, but just wanted to play that out for you as it further shows the investigation continues. You are getting a live look here at 9:31 on the East Coast, out there on the waterways, U.S. Coast Guard and other entities. We know the National Transportation Safety Board, they continue with interviews in real time this Saturday to find the latest about this deadly DC aircraft collision. And then, of course, we do continue to follow another aircraft collision out there in Philly, an aircraft crash, and you can see aerial footage of the devastation at this hour. The city of Philadelphia, they released their latest findings just moments ago, saying 6 people were killed, multiple people injured. They don't have a total number as far as the injuries, simply because people were taken to so many different hospitals in the area in real time. They were slated to have a press conference at 9 o'clock this morning, but that has since been pushed back. We don't have an updated time, but you can rest assured Live Now from Fox has you covered. And when that press conference comes in, you'll get it in full right here on Live Now. 9:32 the time. We do continue other top stories of the day. Right now, I want to take you out to the White House as we are going to continue to look ahead at President Donald Trump and his executive orders. When we come back from a quick 2-minute commercial break, checking in with trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal.
All right, we'll switch back to this feed while they have a break. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff prepared for the day for the DC plane crash, and experts that have discussed the two aircraft and what took place. So we'll be going through all that after this press conference. The press conference should be starting any minute. It was supposed to start 33 minutes ago. We're still waiting for that. Should be any minute. And then after we do that press conference, then I'm going to start going through the stuff that I have prepared for you all for us to get into regarding both of the plane crashes. A lot of different experts, a lot of information I think will be helpful when it comes to our questions that we have for what might have taken place at either city. So we'll get through that, after this press conference, I'm just going to wait until we get through that because I don't want to miss this press conference here. Again, it should be starting any minute. Here's an aerial shot. We'll be switching back and forth between all these different shots for you, just to try and give you the most up-to-the-minute, up-to-date coverage here from all these different sources. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way, and I want to say thank you to all the content creators that are in here, too. I appreciate all your hard work and everything that you do for the community out there. All right, we're going to switch back to this here.
From Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine, heading
Thank
out
you
to
all
the
for being here.
nation's capital and giving you a live look at the White House. As the Associated Press reports, a second federal judge has ordered a temporary pause in President Donald Trump's administration efforts to freeze federal funding in the latest twist over spending of trillions of dollars in grants and loans. Judge John McConnell sided with nearly 24 states that requested an emergency order preventing most federal agencies from halting funding. Another judge in Washington halting the plan earlier this week, minutes before it was set to go into effect, but her short-term order is only in place until Monday unless she decides to extend it. A lot to break down and unfold, so let's bring into the conversation trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. Jeremy, good morning. Always a pleasure having you on the
Trial
show.
attorney. I don't know what we're doing there. Let me get back to this. Man, look at that. Uh-oh, something happened to the... Where's the helicopter? Hold on one second. Something happened to that helicopter feed. Here's a live look in Washington. They are still searching. In Washington as well. Let me see. Something happened to that helicopter feed. Let me see if they're... Give me 1 second. All right, we're still waiting. Press conference. Let me see here. All right, it's still the same. Let's see. Let's see. What's this guy saying?
Tonight. I hope you'll come back and join us. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you all so much.
I look forward to it.
I appreciate that. Thank you all for joining us. The breaking news will continue with CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillip.
All right, so we'll go here. Let me see here. Oh, here we go.
Good evening. I'm Abby Phillip, and we begin with breaking news tonight. Another plane has crashed in another American city, and this time it is.
Yeah, there's got to be a good reason they're running behind.
What we know at this hour, we are told a twin-engine medevac jet took off from a local airport en route to Missouri. That plane reached 1,600 feet after takeoff before plunging 11,000 feet per minute. 6 people were on board, including a child patient. Here is another look at the crash as it happened.
Child patient. Man, those engines were just going full blast.
Almost like a missile
Full
out of
blast.
the sky before an explosion. It landed in a busy section of the city.
Oh, my
near a
Lord.
mall. It's unknown whether there are any casualties on the ground. Here, though, is how
Just
one
the sound of those
described the scene.
engines.
I was in shock. I'm still in shock. Like, this is insane. Why can this happen? And before that, to be honest, in my mind, I thought, like, what if the rocket would, because I'm from Ukraine, right? And there's war. There's always rockets coming in and stuff like that. And then I see like things flying. Like, no way, the war started again. You know, and you say you never know.
Wow.
Here's the conversation also that we have now obtained from the air traffic control tower. Listen.
Medevac Med Service, Northeast Tower. Medevac Med Service 056, Northeast Tower. You on frequency?
We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out.
Let's go straight to Philadelphia, where Councilman.
Okay, that's what I don't understand. Why are they not playing the whole thing? Trust me, we went into it last night. We'll go into it more after the press conference.
But I want to ask you directly about that plane, 6 people on it, according to the company. Do you believe that there are any survivors on that aircraft?
Well, Abby, I can't say for sure, but it doesn't look good. It's a sad situation we have here in Northeast Philadelphia. We were only celebrating a couple of days ago, you know, our football team's success, and now we have this tonight. And it looks like not only the people that won that plane and the person that needed medical help, they seem to be people that were doing the Lord's work. And now we have our first responders out there en masse. Our governor, our mayor, you know, all doing all they can to not only the folks that were on that plane, but we are afraid there's more casualties on the ground. We don't know yet. It's going to take some time.
What's up, Jill? Thank you.
We have to let our first responders do their job, but we're very nervous.
Yeah, I want to talk about that for a second. Can you tell us about the scene there?
They're being very quiet about it.
Our understanding is that there might be cars involved.
They're being very quiet about it.
Do you have a sense of what was impacted by either the direct crash or the subsequent fireball that we see in all of these videos?
So it appears the plane went down into a parking lot area where there were cars, stores. Just across the street, as you mentioned,
good morning,
there's
Kathy.
A giant mall with many, many, many stores. And then right beyond the stores on both sides, we have residential neighborhoods.
Got a lot of experts to show you
the video
guys.
you just showed was a house very close.
A lot of interesting things that
was
they're
getting
saying.
a delivery.
Make
and
a
all
lot
of
of
a sudden
things
the,
make sense.
explosion hit.
What's
so
up,
what we're
Eddie?
going with our first responders now is door to door.
What's up, Breezy?
To see
good morning
if
to you.
anybody in those homes were actually, you know, injured.
Still waiting on this press conference here.
And as of right now, do you know if anyone has been transported with any injuries at all?
We
to
are
hospitals or other
42
facilities?
minutes delayed.
Abby, there's first responders.
I'm sure there's a great reason for
vehicles
it.
moving in and out, whether they're taking them to the hospital or just responding to the homes.
Let's
or
pull
to
up
the businesses or to the folks that
the
were
scanner
actually
here.
in the cars when that plane hit that sort of parking lot area. We suspect a lot will be going on as the evening progresses.
And in terms of the fire, our understanding is that the fire is being described as under control, but is there still fire burning? Are there still kind of active parts of this scene that are being dealt with from a fire perspective?
Thank you, Breezy.
Absolutely.
Member for 4 months, contribution call out.
Here. By the way, the first fire
Thank you for
department
being
in
a
the
member of
United
the
States America,
community as well.
you know,
Thank you,
we
Breezy.
have a highly trained first responder unit. And so, yeah, they're putting the fires out. But as you can imagine, there's those tinders that are always active that the first responders and the police have to make sure that they don't become a problem when the wind hits them. And they're also near vehicles that still have fuel in them. So yeah, we're nervous is the word, but confident that our wonderful governor, our wonderful mayor, and our wonderful first responders will get this under control and keep the casualties to a minimum.
All right, Councilman Mike Driscoll, we're going to keep close with you as we try to continue to get updates throughout the night. Thank you very much. And I'm thinking about and praying for your community tonight.
Thank you, Abby. Thanks for having us on.
We have this new video just into CNN. You can hear the explosion happening in this video. Listen.
We got scanner going now. They're still talking about debris. What's up, Tiffany?
What the hell? What the hell? Oh
Go ahead and play the scanner until the press conference here.
There's a plane, bro.
Look at that cloud.
shock and panic in that man's voice. Joining us now
Look at
to
that
discuss
cloud.
this, CNN aviation analyst Miles O'Brien, as well as aviation lawyer Justin Green. Both of them are pilots. Justin, I want to start with you for a second here. Look, this is a very seemingly unusual situation. The plane seems to just fall right out of the sky. What do you think happened here?
I mean, it's a little early to say, what caused it, but what you described earlier was like, it looked like a missile. And I think that's exactly what it was. It was an aircraft that was completely out of control. And it came down like a missile. And unlike the crash in DC, this happened in a populated area. The DC accident happened in the Potomac. And I think that's going to be, part of what we're going to be looking at is, are there survivors on the ground? Just a horrible night for America.
Absolutely.
Wow.
A horrible night capping a horrible week for this country. Miles, I want to talk about what we've learned tonight, which is that this flight was actually only in the air for about 40 seconds. 40 seconds.
Wow.
And we were just playing the air traffic control audio just moments ago, and they didn't get a response from that cockpit. What do you think that indicates?
40 seconds.
This plane was in trouble from the start, Abby. We don't know, of course, yet what was going on. Just a little context.
It couldn't have been in trouble from
Medevac
the start
flying,
if you listen to the air
particularly
traffic
with
control
helicopters, in this case, of
audio.
course, fixed wing. But medevac flying is among the most dangerous sectors
It
of
happened
aviation
split
there is,
second
because of the
instantly. It
nature of
was
the
not
mission.
from the
The
start.
crews are often under pressure to
We will go through
save a
that.
life,
Trust me,
frankly.
after this press
They are oftentimes flying at night in bad weather. They often land in unfamiliar
I got a
short
lot
landing
of
strips.
expert
There's a lot of reasons that is the case.
conversation
So medevac
coming up
flying
for you
is
guys after this.
a tough one. This aircraft, the
A lot of
Learjet
things
55,
will
this
make
one was
sense
built in
when you hear what
1981,
these
is
individuals
commonly
say
used for
about
this
each
purpose.
crash.
It's about the right size, it's
DC
good
and
range,
Philly.
and good speed. Now, what happened immediately after takeoff, we of course don't know, and it'll be a long time before we figure this one out. But this is an aircraft that was clearly not responding to the control inputs of the crew. What could cause that? What was there some?
It went straight down,
hydraulic failure
nosedive.
of some kind, which made it impossible for them
It didn't
to
tilt to the
move
right.
the aero
It didn't do it.
surfaces.
It went
Probably
straight down.
unlikely. It was not great weather on departure. Was there an instrument failure which caused them to lose their orientation? When you're flying through the clouds, you're relying on
No.
your instruments to
No, it was
maintain your
something.
situational awareness, and it can be very confusing.
All right, I'm gonna give you. So and we'll hear this coming up after the press conference. One of the experts said that it looked like something exploded inside the helicopter, and he was talking about probably faulty, cheap maintenance equipment on the devices that were in there. And he's basically saying, and this is what I think one of the oxygen tanks blew up, got sparked somehow. The oxygen tank blew up inside the helicopter, and then everybody but we'll see. We'll find out. But I'm gonna play these experts for you. And I think when you hear what they're saying, a lot of it's going to make sense.
A new shot coming into our live now from Fox Studio. It takes us out to the DC area.
New
told you
shot
all
from the
moments ago
DC
that
area.
The National Transportation Safety Board, they continued their investigation and interviews this Saturday morning into that deadly DC aircraft collision. And again, as I was speaking with Jeremy right before the break, we know that President Donald Trump has not minced words as he is looking into DEI as possible reasons.
Yeah,
that
when you
this
listen
happened.
to these
I
experts
want to play out
that
this
I
latest
got for
remarks from
you,
as he addresses DEI as relates
both of
to
these will kind of
this
make a little
deadly
more
aircraft
sense.
collision.
I have all that prepared for you. We'll go through that after the press conference here.
Okay. Have a good angle.
I do, sir.
A good angle. Is this a
Thank
new?
you very much for
Is this
seeing
live?
me twice today. It's going to be quite an important signing, so we thought we'd let you watch. If we could, I'd ask Will to explained the first, but really more importantly, explained the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just 2 items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris Rochelot to be the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration.
Right.
And since the commissioner position since the administrator position is currently vacant, he will act as the administrator since he's now been appointed deputy.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
When did they start using markers? I thought they used pens.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA administrator, in this case, acting FAA administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama.
Yes.
Both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse. Not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways. Okay.
Are we saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a
Just
brain,
to say to Z.
power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
Right.
There's been concerns about the amount of congestion out of DCA airport. Do you think that there's too many flights coming out of that airport?
No, I think we need very smart people running the flights and doing it. The ones that aren't good,
Understaffed, too.
they'll either do one of two things. They'll have too many coming in and they can't handle it.
There were supposed to
Or
be
they'll have
30
the people waiting
working
up in the
and they
air,
only
which
had
everyone's
19.
been caught in that situation and circling the airports for an hour, and that's no good either.
Mr. President, are you aware?
They were supposed to have 30 and only had 19.
Flying around National Airport all the time. What's your view? Should they be
Well,
pulled
my view
back?
is fine if they're in the right locations and if they're not at the same levels. I mean, if a plane coming in is at 300 feet or 400 feet and a helicopter's training at 300 or 400 feet, why wouldn't they be up 500 feet higher? So I certainly want, and that to a certain extent is the air traffic controller. Wait, please, wait just a second.
You feel like what happened last night was preventable?
I do, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And obviously, that was something that should not have happened. And we're not going to let it happen again. Yes, please.
Mr. President, on a slightly different subject, on your Canada and Mexico tariffs, will oil be included or excluded from those tariffs?
So we'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. Number one is the people that have poured into our country so horribly and so much. Number two are the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else that have come into the country. And number three are the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25%
All right,
on
we're
Mexico.
talking tariffs. Let's switch to this.
4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well.
We don't talk
We have all
tariffs
the,
over here.
resources that we need. And again,
I thought he was
if the mayor
addressing
always
the-
says one
the
Philly, we are
collision
unified in our approach to
Not
deal
tariffs.
with this
All right.
emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for
Well,
Northeast
that's one
Philly
thing. We're
tonight,
not a political
in this
channel
very,
here.
very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you also very much for your patience and understanding.
Thank you. You've been listening to the mayor of Philadelphia and the governor of Pennsylvania on that plane crash that we saw happen tonight in that city, where a private jet carrying what we know was a child patient on board, among several others, crashed in the middle of the city in a very busy area. The mayor is still unable to confirm any
We're
fatalities
still waiting for
on
that
the
press
ground, though she did
conference,
say
too. It
several
should be
homes were affected and set up a shelter for
supposed to
those to go
start
to if they need that.
about
I want to know,
55
joining me
minutes
now
ago.
is the
We're
Virginia Senator
still
Tim Kaine.
waiting.
And Senator, it's remarkable that we had you booked to talk about the air collision that happened in Washington this week. Now we are following very quickly what is happening in Philadelphia tonight. But on what happened outside D.C., you were one of the first people I thought of because you had warned repeatedly about congested airspace and what that looked like. And you had warned it to your colleagues. Do you think after what happened this week that your colleagues are listening now?
Yes, the Black Hawk was only supposed to be at 200
Caitlin, I
max,
sure
and
hope
it
so. I've been
reached
warning about this for
300
years,
max.
and until last year, I've been able, with others, to successfully keep my colleagues from jamming more flights into this most congested airspace in D.C. But last spring, I was unable to be successful. There was a near collision on the runway.
They were 100 feet
at
higher
Reagan
than the
National,
maximum
but
they were
still right
supposed
after
to be
that,
flying.
colleagues voted to add even more flights. Reagan National is an airport that was built for 15 million passengers in and out every year. It's now at 25 million.
Wow.
And that is
25
just
million.
the traffic into the airport. That doesn't include military flights, VIP flights, other government flights. The Hilo flight was an example. And so I do think people are now aware. I was pleased that the Secretary of Transportation today issued some orders to limit Hilo flights in this zone. But there was an incident a couple of days before the fatal crash of a close interaction between a passenger jet and the Hilo. At that point, President Trump had pushed the FAA administrator out. I think the agency was without leadership. There's a lot of questions for the NTSB.
Wow, so it almost happened a couple
there
days
was no
ago?
permanent head at the FAA or a deputy or at TSA or a deputy. We know there's
This
an acting
almost
head at the
happened
FAA
a
now.
couple days
Senator Tim Kaine,
ago?
I have a lot more questions for you on this. Unfortunately, we came up against that press conference
What
tonight.
the
I hope
hell
you'll
is
come back and
going
join us.
on
Thank
over
you
there?
for your time tonight. Thank you all so
I
much.
look forward to it.
I
This
appreciate
almost
that. Thank you all
happened
for
a
joining us.
couple
The breaking
days
news will
ago, a
continue with
near
CNN
miss.
Newsnight
What
with
the
Abby
hell
Phillip.
is going over? What is going on over there at the air traffic control in Washington, D.C. at the damn airport?
Breaking news.
What the hell?
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip, and we begin with breaking news tonight. Another plane has crashed in another American city, and
What
this time
the hell?
it is Philadelphia. I want to reset what we know at this hour.
There
We are
could have been
told a
two?
twin-engine medevac jet took off from a local airport en route to Missouri.
Hopefully it don't happen
that plane
today.
reached 1,600 feet after takeoff before plunging 11,000 feet per
Oh my
minute. 6 people were
gosh.
on board, including a child
I
patient.
hope we don't have.
Here is
Oh
another
my
look
God.
at the crash as it happened.
I hope there's not another DC crash. Jeez. Ridiculous. What the hell is going on, man?
You saw there the jet plummeting almost like a missile out
You
of
got
the
one
sky before
job.
an explosion.
You
It
got
landed in a
one
busy section
job.
of the city near
Do
a
it. There's
mall.
people's
It's
lives
unknown
on the
whether there are any
line.
casualties on the ground. Here, though, is how one witness
People's
described
lives are
the
on the
scene.
line. What the hell, man?
I was in shock. I'm still in shock. Like, this is insane. Why can this happen? And
Go
before
to McDonald's and
to
put
be
the
honest,
pickles on the
in my
bottom of
mind,
the
I thought,
freaking
like,
burger.
what if
Mess
the
up the
rocket
burger.
would,
Don't mess up
because I'm
air
from Ukraine, right? And there's war. There's always
My
rockets
God.
coming in and stuff like that. And then I see like things flying. Like, no way, the war started again? You know, and you say, you never know.
Here's the conversation also that we have now obtained from the air traffic control tower. Listen.
All right, they're not going to really play the whole thing. We'll play the whole thing. We'll get into it again. We got into it last night. We're going to get into both of the air traffic controller audio for the DC crash and the Philly crash. We're just waiting for this press conference to come out. Scanner's still kind of quiet. They were talking about debris a couple minutes ago. It is live, so if they do talk, I'm not hearing anything coming through the scanner as of this moment. Let's see if the helicopter. All right, I'm not seeing the helicopter feed up anymore. They switched to a stationary position for the press conference. So let me see here. I can't believe, oh my gosh, we got so much to talk about. We got so much more to talk about. This almost happened a couple days ago. A near miss. A near freaking miss. I feel bad for. Let me see. All right, we're talking overseas politics. All right, we got that. All right, here's the. All right, we got a helicopter feed.
Crash detail on special event 1.
Let's see here.
Crash detail. Yeah, if we could just let Ellen and I know from Pico that the Raising Cane's restaurant as well as the Dunkin' on the north side of Coppin, the power has been turned off successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have contact with Ellen and I, you need us to respond.
All right. Let's see here.
What do you need? Pico was just letting us know to notify Ellen and I that the Raising Cane and the Dunkin' Donuts that the electric has been turned off successfully. Well, I don't have Ellen and I as your command post. Yeah. Could you just give him a quick call there?
All right, so here's some helicopter feed here. Let's see. All right, I'm going through all these different sources here. We got trying to give you the most updated. Let me see here. We'll switch back to this. All right, let me see here. All right, we'll switch back to
video
this.
just did to CNN. You can hear the explosion happening in this video. Listen.
Good morning, Michael.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God! Oh my God! La ilaha illallah! There's a plane, bro!
We're still waiting for that press
in that
conference.
man's voice.
Should
Joining
happen
us
any
now
moment here.
to discuss this, CNN aviation analyst Miles O'Brien, as well as aviation lawyer Justin Green. Both of them are pilots. Justin, I want to start with you for a second here. Look, this is a very seemingly unusual situation. The plane seems to just.
Our federal leaders, U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick, thank you so very much. All hands on deck. They wanted to make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and
This is from
Bellman,
last night.
Commissioner
This is
Dealey,
not-
and Council Member Driscoll.
I'm going to pause it. This is not the press conference. This is from last night, the bottom right. This is current helicopter footage. That's on full screen. So they're just replaying a statement that they made last night. We are still waiting on the press conference for this morning.
For your support and being here with us this evening.
We will go there live as soon as it happens. I got about
Mayor
7 different
preaches about one Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster.
Good morning, everybody. Thank
For
you.
as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together. And I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, one Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you all so very much for your patience and understanding.
All right, so here is the current feed. Man, look at that. Thank you, Desiree.
X1 to X5.
What's up, Aaliyah?
X1 X1. X1.
I know.
Those 10 units got through.
We're still waiting for the press conference. Live lookout in Washington, D.C.
I'm going to be California.
We got Philly scanner going on in the background here. We are still waiting for that press conference.
3, Sergeant or Lieutenant at Continental Boulevard. So that expedited this traffic. Continental Boulevard, Continental Boulevard.
Let's see here. Let me see here. We're going to switch back to this.
Aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster
Let's see what else we got
was,
here.
tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening.
All right, we got everything
We know
up.
that, there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city.
I have a fear of flying. I always
45 state
always have.
troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have
Always
25
have.
members of our PennDOT team who are here right now.
up, Narita?
We have
Yes.
members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority.
Very
who are
well
here,
been avoided,
including our
could have been.
director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazard.
All right, we'll switch back to this here for a minute. We just heard that a second ago. Again, we're still waiting for the press conference to happen. I have all the different feeds up, so the moment it goes live, we will be there. But I'm going to continue to show you all these different. Okay, I think we're going to have a press conference here in a second. I think we're going to have a press conference here.
We heard from Fox 29 Philadelphia. Just tragic that the aircraft was only in the air for a minute before it crashed. The FAA reporting the aircraft was en route to
That is true.
Branson National Airport in Missouri, with a final destination in Mexico, where the young child being treated for illness at Shriners Children's Hospital in Northeast Philadelphia was living at the time. It was a medical transportation jet departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport with 2 passengers, a mother and daughter, and 4 crew members. Unfortunately, all of them killed in that tragic crash. And then, as I just mentioned, multiple injuries as well. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we are awaiting this press conference to start. It was first slated to start at 8 a.m., then pushed back to 9. Well, now it's 10:13 here on the East Coast. Still no word from authorities, but we are not giving up here on Live Now. Once we get the information, we'll bring it to you in full, uninterrupted. We're also following another live event on this Saturday morning. This feed just now coming in. You can see officials getting into place. This takes us out to Oxon Hill in suburban Washington. This has the Democratic National Committee They've gathered to elect a new chair, with the party seeking new leadership to guide Democrats. They say, quote, guide Democrats through Donald Trump's second presidency, end quote. So we're also following this event out in D.C. We are.
And until last year, I've been able with others to successfully keep my colleagues from jamming more flights into this most congested airspace in D.C. But last spring, I was unable to be successful. There was a near collision on the runway at Reagan National, but still right
Jennifer,
after that,
I'm
colleagues
trying.
voted to add even more
I
flights.
got all these different
Reagan
things
National
up
is
there
an
to
airport
try
that was
and
built for 15 million
give
passengers
you all
in and
the
out every year. It's now at
most up-to-date
25
all over
million.
here.
And that is just
And then
the
I got
traffic
plenty of
into
stuff
the
to
airport.
go
That
through
doesn't include
because I'm just
military
waiting for
flights,
the press conference
VIP
to start. I'll
flights,
tell
other
you
government
in a
flights.
second.
The Hilo flight was
One
an
of
example.
the
And
cameras
so
is
I do
getting
think
set up
people are
now to
now
be right
aware.
back.
I
So
was pleased that the Secretary of
I think we're
Transportation
still
today
going to be
issued
delayed
some
here
orders to
for a
limit
little
Hilo
bit.
flights in this zone. But there was an incident a couple of days before the fatal crash of a close interaction between a passenger jet and the Hilo. At that point, President Trump had pushed the FAA administrator out. I think
Yes,
did
they
things
do take a
without
while.
leadership. There's a lot of questions for the NTSB to answer in this investigation.
Yeah, there was no permanent head at the FAA or a deputy or at TSA or a deputy. We know there's an acting head at the FAA now. Senator Tim Kaine, I have a lot more questions for you on this. Unfortunately, we came up against that press conference tonight. I hope you'll come back and join us. Thank you for
It reminds
your
me
time
of the
tonight.
plane
Thank you all so
crash in
much.
Akron in
I appreciate that. Thank you all for joining
2015, I
us. The
think it
breaking news
was.
will
I
continue
was
with CNN Newsnight with
getting my daughter from school, and we were walking home, and we heard the crash happen, and
This is CNN.
we went down there.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip, and we begin with breaking news tonight. Another plane has crashed in another American city, and this time it is Philadelphia. I want to reset what we know at this hour. We are told a twin-engine medevac jet took off from a local airport en route to Missouri. That plane reached 1,600 feet after takeoff before plunging 11,000 feet per minute.
Feed.
6 people were on board, including a child patient.
They just ended
Here
the
is
live
another look
feed
at
that was
the
showing all the
crash as it
damage. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
You saw there the jet plummeting almost like a missile out of the sky before an explosion. It landed in a busy section of the city near a mall. It's unknown whether there are any casualties.
The latest information to come in from Philadelphia officials, giving you a live look out in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tragic news we're following this Saturday morning, coming in from Friday night. A deadly plane crash there, 6 people dead on board, and then multiple injuries surrounding the area. So we are waiting this to start again, putting it in a box once it happens, so you can get that uninterrupted. And as I mentioned before the break, we also continue to follow this feed coming out of Oxon Hill in suburban Washington.
All right,
they were reporting the Democratic National Committee gathering to elect a new chair, but the
Nope,
party
it's not
seeking
happening
new
yet.
leadership to guide Democrats through Donald Trump's second presidency. We did see someone take the mic.
Oh, we got the helicopter
this was
feed
about
back.
to get underway momentarily. So let's go ahead and.
Here.
I believe that's correct. Is Dan 100 on the air?
All right, there's the helicopter feed. I'm going to try and find that street feed again for you guys.
Large jacket, blue and gray, plastic jacket pants, carrying a black leather bag, resting on foot on 4th Cleveland Street. The open account with a fake ID, nothing further.
Man, look at that.
Well, this we should go back for now. I'm going to see if there's anyone else there out there waiting. Any other officer that needs release on the south? Any other officers on the south that needs release? Isaac 1, okay. Isaac 1, we just took a 15 district car at Continental Boulevard from Dayweb. Can you race in, please?
Man, is that part of it? Oh my gosh. Is that part of it, or what? What is that? Wow. 1513, look at the debris. Thank you. Look at that debris. Oh my gosh. Look at the debris.
Just be aware that the officer.
That's part of the helicopter right there, too. It was red and white. It was a red and white helicopter. That's part of it, too. Oh my gosh. Look at the debris. Oh my gosh. It even landed on the roof, too. Oh my gosh. It's on. Look at that. It's all over the roof. Oh my gosh. Look at the street. Jeez. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Look at that. Look, the little pieces. Oh man. And yeah, somebody took off running. Look, there's a hole in their sunroof. Something came through their sunroof. There's a hole in their sunroof. Wow. We're still waiting for the press conference here. Trust me. I got it up sitting and waiting. We're ready to go here as soon as we as soon as it comes up. Oh my gosh.
26. Is that person on the air?
All right. We got somebody coming up. Hold on. Oh, this isn't.
Not much room there for anything else. And then there is a little bit of room. I like that.
Oh, never mind. This isn't even. That's weird. That's really weird. Coming from somebody that goes on location and documents. This is weird. Yeah, we'll switch back to this. That was weird.
1536, run out of status. 1536 on here. So he might still be on Northeast, man. I'm going to try to see if he's over there. Okay, thank you.
Wow, look at that vehicle. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. We are listening to Philadelphia Citywide on the scanner.
That's too far. That's too far. You can resume supervisor. The gentleman, he found out we supposed to go. We supposed to be with. Just got the phone with him.
Let me know if you need me to turn the scanner up. Let me know if you need to turn the scanner up. Aw, the victim was only 12 years old.
Right here, one of the cleanup crew, sir, was looking for where to go, and they located him. Okay, thank you.
Aw, the victim was only 12 years old. Oh, that was a victim from the DC crash. All right, here we go. We got the mayor.
I will now
No.
invite Reverend Dr. Dexter Nuttall, pastor of New.
Oh my gosh, that's a horrible audio feed. Let me see if I can find a different version. That's not the mayor. I don't know what they were saying. Still waiting on the press conference. We will go live as soon as it happens. We'll take you back to this helicopter feed. I'm trying to find another feed that is on the ground that we were showing a minute ago. Let's see here. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing another feed from the ground. I'll look. Oh. I'll look here in a minute. Yeah, I don't see another one up yet. Let me see. We got a live look here. Let me switch to this for a minute. And then we'll see if we can get another feed for you here as well. I know the debris is crazy.
She raised Robert 8 and S1 and just let them know that we have a couple of other trucks here and the FOP trucks included top temperature if they can coordinate them and support the supervisors if they can attend well after the time the USAJ or they drop it down. Okay. So we just top temperature please.
Here's a inside picture of what that plane looked like and that crashed in Philly last night. Just a picture of what it looks like inside there.
The lieutenant, the lieutenant report.
All right, we'll switch back to this for you.
Yeah, just the ones that are remaining out on the street.
All right, we're still. And I do retweet anything on Twitter. So if you do want to have any of these links that I do share from Twitter, you can follow me over here, and I do retweet everything. There you go for that. Here's a great aerial shot. Look at that aerial. Oh my God. Wow. Look at that. Again, I retweet everything. We'll switch back to this. Let's see if we can give you another one. Let me see here. Oh, wow. This is drone footage. Drone footage right here. Again, I retweet everything over here. EvilleCJ on X. We are still waiting for the press conference. Man, that looks crazy with the drone, don't it? That's the part of the street you saw the hole.
701 West Lehigh, we're a robbery in progress to save a lot. Attempted with a metal stick for a 30-year-old black female brown complexion with short hair, heavy, medium height, pink jacket.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Yeah, that's where the
25th, 701 West Lehigh, coming out as a robbery in progress to save a lot. Point a metal stick for a 30-year-old black female brown complexion, short hair.
I wonder if that's where the plane crashed right there. Here, we'll go ahead and do some more since we just came back here. Let me see here. Oh my gosh, I'm not showing that. Oh my gosh. Two of the skaters that passed in Washington. So sad. Oh my gosh, somebody was on. Oh no. All right, let me switch back to this. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Again, I'm retweeting on Twitter, but there's some stuff I'm not showing. There's some stuff I'm not going to show on here.
Okay. Oh, yeah. We'll get this truck out of here,
Oh
and then
my gosh.
work my way down Kansas and that's okay. Pretty good. After you get this expensive, anybody
Yeah, there's some stuff I'm not showing. Let me
talking
see
about that
here.
blind buses in the scan, okay?
Let me see. We still.
You about the sandwiches first so they get them all warm.
We're still waiting. This is Washington, D.C. still. Let me see if I can get the.
William 670. Be advised he's had a drone fly overhead Hooper.
All right. I can't find a better audio source.
Steve Vinton said George Common.
I can't find a better audio source for that. This prayer that's going on. I'm just gonna go ahead and go to it. I'm sorry, the audio's not very good, but it's the best one that's out there. That's all we can do.
My friends, I want to say with everything in my heart, thank you to the team at the DNC. These young folks know this election process has been hard for them. You know, sometimes people constantly say things about the staff or the DNC that you currently aren't doing or you didn't do well enough, but I want to thank them. Because I know they poured their hearts and their souls into the work that we did over these course of these 4 years. We have research books on every single person who
All right, if you're just now tuning in, the Democratic National Committee gathering on this Saturday morning to elect a new chair. On your screen right now, the outgoing Democratic Party chair, Jamie Harrison. It seems like the feed, the audio has cut out, so we're going to go ahead and take our third break of the hour. Hopefully it'll be fixed by the time we come back.
600 there, quarter person I got. Hispanic male, black sweater, gray pants, arm with a firearm. Also narcotics helps. And in the 25th, 600 east there, quarter person we got. Hispanic man wearing a black gray pants, arm with a firearm. Also narcotics helps, nothing brother.
All right, Councilman Mike Driscoll, we're going to keep close with you as we try to continue to get updates throughout the night. Thank you very much. And I'm thinking about and praying for your community tonight.
Well, thank you, Abby. Thanks for having us on.
We have this new video just into CNN. You can hear the explosion happening in this video. Listen.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God.
From Fox 1041 is the time, and the audio is fixed as Jamie Harrison continues to speak. He's the outgoing Democratic Party chair, the DNC gathering this Saturday to elect a new chair. And again, we are still awaiting Philly officials to take the mic to give an update on the deadly plane crash.
Sign your ballot. We cannot count votes that are illegible or not signed. So follow the 4 simple steps. Write legibly, and we'll have a straightforward and quick counting process. If you need to leave and wish to submit a proxy, please go to the proxy desk with the person who will hold your proxy. We need to update the proxy list so that your proxy holder receives a proxy ballot and for the count room process.
Thank you, Justice.
No
Thank you, everybody, for being
proxies
here.
or transfers of proxies will be accepted by the secretary while a vote is being conducted. Finally, as you know, we are required to use the vice chair positions to gender balance our leadership team. I will explain more when we get to that point, but please keep in mind that the vice chair positions will have gender requirements. Are you seeking recognition? Is that? Please state your, do we have a microphone?
After takeoff, we of course don't know, and it'll be a long time before we figure this one out. But this is an aircraft that was clearly not responding to the control inputs of the crew. What could cause that? Was there some hydraulic failure of some kind, which made it impossible for them to move the aero surfaces? Probably unlikely. It was not great weather on departure. Was there an instrument failure which caused them to lose their orientation? When you're flying through the clouds, you're relying on your instruments to maintain your situational awareness, and it can be very confusing if you lose that. Was there something in that pre-flight checklist that was overlooked that turned out to be quite crucial? We do know this, though. This type of aircraft operating under these circumstances will have a cockpit voice recorder and a flight data recorder. Now, it's a tremendous impact and explosion. We can only hope that
I want to bring in Philip Brashear, retired chief warrant officer. He was a former Black Hawk helicopter pilot. And Ron Basman, he is a retired FAA controller for over 30 years. He has worked and has managed controllers at airports across the country. And also with us is Captain Richard Levy. He was a captain at American Airlines for 41 years. He's an aviation expert. Captain, I'm going to thank you all for coming on. Captain, I'll start with you. Have you ever piloted a Learjet 55, or what can you tell us about a Learjet 55 and how it might be different than operating another kind of aircraft?
Hi, Jesse. Good evening. Our thoughts, of course, go out to the deceased, the family, and the local neighborhoods. I flew very large transports for American Airlines, but this Lear 55, I have some knowledge about it, but I've watched these videos, and a couple things I know right away is if you have an engine failure, any of these aircraft can fly single engine after takeoff. They're certified for that up to the gross weight of the airplane. The airplane, if they lost an engine, that I can eliminate that because the airplane went straight down. When an aircraft takes off and comes down, of course, as you've already mentioned, is loaded with 6,000 or 7,000 pounds of jet fuel, there's the explosion. But more importantly, what would cause an aircraft to for the pilots to lose control of it? What comes to mind to me, again, no facts, I'm going to be very clear, weight and balance. On the Lear 55, weight and balance is very critical. Not saying that's the fault. It's too early. I know you know that. But before takeoff, you have a captain and a first officer. In this airplane, you had the captain, first officer, 2 doctors, the patient, and a family member. In any event, before takeoff, generally, but not always, the first officer does the pre-flight walk around and supervises the fueling. It could be the captain. We don't know that now. In any event, in the Lear 55, what I do know is weight and balance. That's the weight of the aircraft, and almost as important, if not more important, is the balance, what we call the center of gravity. And the fueling of the Lear 55 has to be done carefully so that the center of gravity is correct. If it was not done correct, hypothetically, since we don't know, and they take off with the airplane, the weight and balance off, this is what happens to an airplane. You get it airborne because of thrust and what we call ground effect, the air flowing underneath the wings. You get it airborne, and then you lose control of the airplane, and it comes straight down.
That may be one of the possibilities that they're looking at. And hopefully, again, we'll get more answers as the hour progresses. Ron, I want to go to you. Let's talk about air traffic control here. I would imagine, even for private aircraft like this, a medvac, what is the relationship, the communication between air traffic control? Do they get some sort of priority if they're medvac? And let me also ask you this. If there's, reports about a call sign, there were call signs in terms of this was a medevac. What information will we be gleaning from air traffic control at this point?
Well, typically in a medevac flight, they're going to get priority. And from a call sign standpoint, that's not necessarily something in a civilian aircraft that we would know right away. It could be operating under a typical, what we call N number, which is a U.S. registration number. And even though it is a medical flight and everything, unless it was put in the remarks of the flight plan and everything, a lot of times the controller wouldn't even know unless it was, unless the pilot in command drew the attention to that status to the controllers.
Philip, I wanted to ask you about this. We are getting early reports, conflicting reports, again, this is so new, about whether any of the people on board would have had the ability to evacuate. Do you know anything about that, about whether there'd be an ability to evacuate this aircraft in any way?
Now, first of all, let me say that I'm a helicopter pilot by trade and career, but I will tell you that with that nose-down attitude, I tend to think that aircraft didn't have any hydraulic power because it came nose down. So to me, it looks like a loss of hydraulics. And with the nose-down attitude that it had, I don't think there was any chance of anybody getting out of that aircraft, whether it had a parachute or not. It was in a straight nose-down descent on fire.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen.
Well, we've been monitoring the feeds here in our SAT Center, and of course, all of the videos that our viewers have been sending into our newsroom. But I want to go back to just, here's what we know right now for those who are just joining us. 6 people were on that medical chopper. We know that 4 of them were crew, 1 pediatric patient, 1 escort. That was a plane, or the aircraft that was bound for Springfield, Missouri. It had just taken off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport when it crashed on Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. And now I want to go to some of the viewer video that has just been inundating our newsroom, aftermath rather, outside of the Dunkin' Donuts, debris all over the parking lot. And we know that some of our ground reporters that were there at the scene talking to witnesses saying that in some cases they saw body parts. I mean, obviously we would not show that, and we're not showing any of that, but I mean, you can see debris possibly from vehicles, possibly from the aircrafts, anything that it hit, and from the impact of that crash scattered throughout that parking lot, to give you an idea of just how intense that was. And then another vantage point, this ring cam video of the crash happening on Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. There's a couple, or rather, here we go. This is a different vantage point right here, and you can see this flash, this fireball just happen in the corner of your screen, the camera pans up, and then you see this large plume of smoke just billowing out of the top from behind row homes. And so then that's how it gives you an idea of where this is happening. So the first video is showing you that it's happening in a business district. The second video is showing you that it is happening in a neighborhood that is populated. This is on a Friday evening when a lot of people would have been out. They might have been at their homes having dinner with their families, and now they're experiencing and hearing and witnessing the shaking of just the impact of this plane, this chopper crashing into the ground. And then another video here, this is the drone video. And I think this also speaks to what Shari was saying, because they need extra crews to work tonight and tomorrow because of the size of this crash site. This drone video actually giving us a bird's eye view of just how large this scene is right here. And it looks, you know, just from what we can see from the video, that it spans a couple of blocks, maybe a handful, if that. And so you can see that, as Mayor Sherelle Parker had said around 8:30, that there were homes that were impacted, there were vehicles that were impacted. So we know the number of people that were on that helicopter. We don't know how many people were in those homes that have been impacted, you know, that were on fire, the vehicles that were on fire. We don't know how many people were inside of those cars. And so that's something that I think we're going to be waiting and working to try to piece.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to our continued coverage of this plane crash out in Northeast Philadelphia near the Roosevelt Mall. The Associated Press is now reporting that this was a medical transport jet, this Learjet 55. It had a child patient with 5 others on board, which, if that is the case, it has already made this tragic circumstance even more heartbreaking. President Donald Trump reacting to tonight's horrific crash, posting this on social media, quote, "So sad to see the plane go down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." And I want to bring on right now, we have Philadelphia Council member Anthony Phillips, who is actually with us live right now on the phone. He is at the scene of the crash. Councilman, thanks so much for coming on. What are you seeing? What are you hearing right now?
You know, right now, this part of Philadelphia is a very congested area, highly dense, and the neighbors are just in disbelief. There's neighbors that have just said to me, you know, I thought it was a bomb. I thought it was America was on attack. He said, you know, and then one neighbor mentioned the idea of, like, you know, what are we doing with our aviation right now? You know, are we really finding ways to really make sure people are safe? You know, so there's a lot of shock, there's a lot of disbelief, and there's a lot of concern. And just for the viewers who are listening, and, you know, this part of Philadelphia is where the plane crash is a highly used roadway during the day, evening, all day long. There's thousands of cars that go across this roadway every day. So you can imagine the fear that people have, you know, right now here in Northeast Philadelphia. And so right now there's a lot of squad cars, you know, Aviation's here, you know, the feds are here. They're blocking off everything. And they're also trying to, you know, piece together what is going to come from, you know, information. So from all the debris that's happening. So, yeah, and people are out here still just in disbelief checking out what's going on.
And again, that echoes what we heard from Mayor Parker earlier, who basically said, if you see debris, do not touch it. Obviously, it's a key piece of evidence, but also could be presenting a danger as well. Councilman Phillips, let me ask you this. Do you have any assessment that you can give us on the extent of damage that you see, and also what the latest report would be on casualties? You might not have that information at this point, but you might be able to see at least the extent of the damage to homes and houses in that area.
Yeah. The currently, it looks like there's a few homes that have been impacted by this. And I mean, in terms of it, one house looks really damaged, like it's over, it's done with. And then the other damage is on right there at the mall. I mean, the mall itself is completely, the parking lot has completely been damaged as a result of this plane crash. And what I've also heard is that when the crash happened, residents were saying that were in the mall at the time, it felt like an earthquake. And then they looked outside, it was an explosion. So people were in this state of like, oh my gosh, is America under attack? And a lot of people's first reaction is like, does this have to do with, the federal government and aviation policies? People started immediately associating this currently with the administration. But, as more details are coming out, we're finding out that, we just have an aviation problem in the United States. And now it's trickling down to, everywhere, and that's really unfortunate.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe.
We spoke with Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, which it's the company that owns the plane that crashed today. And they shared that they have really experienced pilots. These are pilots who fly more than 600 flights a year. The team that was there, it's unclear if they've flown out of Philadelphia before, but they said these are pretty routine flights that they take all the time. They mostly focus on international travel. And so, as we mentioned before, this was a child from Mexico who had been receiving life-saving care here in the U.S., had her guardian with her. And the flight crew was also Mexican nationals, and they were heading back.
Good morning.
Now, the flight was going to Missouri first, and then from there, it was scheduled to go down to Tijuana, Mexico, where that was the final destination. And we have a little bit more detail from the spokesperson.
This was an ordinary course flight with a seasoned crew, with a very dedicated medical team. And we are just, it obviously has caught us by surprise. We are shocked and dismayed, and we send our condolences. Our hearts are with the patient, their family, any innocent bystanders that may have been hurt on the ground. Of course, the families of our pilot, co-pilot, physician, and paramedic. It's a great loss. It's a very great loss. These people work every day to save lives, and it is just unfortunate that the plane went down.
You can just hear the stress there. They're still in shock. They're still processing what happened and just looking for answers to see what the NTSB can determine happened here.
Yeah. So sad that she made that flight to get life-saving care here to save her from Mexico, and then this happens.
Unfortunate.
Awful.
Claudia, thank you. With Alexis McAdams. Alexis, she's live for us in New York. What do you know? What are you hearing about this?
Hey, Trace. Well, as you were on earlier, too, and it was all developing, we were trying to figure out who was on that airplane. We now know, finding out just a short time ago from some officials who work with Jet Rescue, that it was a little girl, we don't know her age, who was from Mexico, who had been getting life-saving treatment in Philadelphia. So they have some of the best hospitals. So somebody paid to allow her to come from Mexico near Tijuana with her mom to get this life-saving treatment. They had just wrapped up that treatment, I'm told, today. They were on that airplane with a crew who were all Mexican nationals as well. They were going to be heading to Missouri to refuel. So when we're talking about how much fuel was on that plane, they had just taken off. They were going to stop in Missouri, refuel, and head back to Tijuana, Mexico. So if that doesn't break your heart, I don't know what was. This girl went through all these procedures and treatments.
So they stopped refuel.
So that's coming as we're learning more details also about these fires. So I think, you talked to all these aviation experts and they try to explain, was the plane on fire when it was going down? Well, all you know is the thing slammed right into the middle of a very busy area. This was around rush hour in Philadelphia.
Oh, is this Dolly? Is that Dolly? Is that Dolly?
Pieces, small pieces, and the entire area is covered in jet fuel. So that's kind of the main concern, as you just heard from the mayor and also the governor. They've got 4 FAA officials heading there, 4 NTSB crews, 45 state troopers, and lots of fire crews. I just got off the phone a short time ago, too, with one of those fire officials who told me the fires are under control, but that was after 2 homes at least were lit on fire. It spread then to 6 row homes. So 6 row homes near that mall, Trace, lit on fire. At least 6 cars near that mall went up into flames. So that's why when you're looking at what looked like a war zone in some of that video, was because it was igniting, popping, and then combine it with the jet fuel. This thing was pretty much a disaster. So going back to sending our thoughts and prayers to this little girl's family who's now finding out that she's not coming home. We'll have more details, though, as we get it.
Yeah, Alexis McAdams will get back to you as the news warrants. Thank you. Yeah, they talk about this and the reporting on the ground.
PRC2 News begins right now.
Still waiting, still waiting, still waiting.
Now in Philadelphia, a twin-engine medical jet has crashed in a neighborhood, causing a massive explosion. As you see there, the FAA says that plane had 6 people on board, including a pediatric patient who had just received life-saving treatment. None of the 6 people are expected to have survived.
That plane had just taken off around 6:30 p.m., but after about 40 seconds in the air, it plunged to the ground, sending an enormous ball of fire into the sky. Multiple homes and vehicles in that area caught fire. It is not immediately clear what caused this accident. No official word yet on any injuries or deaths. This is a quickly developing story, and we'll bring you updates as we learn more on air and online at click2houston.com.
11 begins with breaking news in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
You just hear everybody say, get down, get down, get down. When everybody say get down, we all get down. But I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom!
I was in shock. I'm still in shock. Like, this is insane.
Tonight, authorities are investigating a small plane that crashed into multiple homes. Officials say 6 people were on.
Medevac, med service 056 on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 25010. Medevac, med service 056, contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 Medevac. Thank you. Good day.
Med Service 056 Philadelphia. Med Service 056 Philadelphia.
Medevac, med service 056, Northeast Tower, contact Philly 123.8.
Med Service 056 Philly.
Medevac, med service Northeast Tower. Medevac, med service 056, Northeast Tower, you on frequency?
Medevac, Mike Tango Sierra 056 Northeast Tower. How do you hear this transmission?
Northeast Tower ground, 60 Highway Foxtrot, 14924. How do you see the Bob Island?
Negative. Lead. Med Service 056 Philadelphia. Exit at 765. Cancel the approach clearance. Turn right heading 330.
Medevac, med service 056, Northeast Tower.
Exit at 765. It's going to be a minute at Northeast. They're having a little bit of an issue. I can offer you Philly International or Trenton if you need to get on the ground now-ish. Exit at 765. Roger. Come maintain 3000. I'm going to have to delay vector you, and I just don't want to get into MVA territory. Med Service 056 Philadelphia.
Digit 765. How much time before you have to divert somewhere else?
I've got an hour or more of, about an hour anyway.
Okay, are you guys good with vectors, or are you want me to put you somewhere in holding?
Whatever works for you, we're fine either way.
Okay, I'm just going to vector you around for a little bit. If you need anything along the way, just let me know. Okay, expect further clearance. Let's call it 0013. If you don't hear anything before that, just advise, and I'll give you something prior to that, I'm sure.
Turkey 6098 Foxtrot, Northeast ground, roger. Stand by one. I'll get back to you when I can.
Stand by. 765, like there might have been an accident near northeast of the airport. They are closing the airport indefinitely. Let me know if you have any divert airport information or if you need anything else along the way.
Philly northeast ground, expect jet 765.
Check jet 765 Northeast ground, go ahead.
Approach to runway 24, what's going on down there?
Jet 765, we have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed, so no inbounds or outbounds probably.
All right, understand, thank you.
6098 Foxtrot, I'm sure you copied that, but for right now, we're gonna call the field closed. We'll try to get you out there when we can. If we can't, we'll have to take you over to Atlantic, but stand by for now.
All right, Roger, we'll stand by.
This is the moment a small medical jet crashed into a Philadelphia neighborhood, setting several homes ablaze. 6 people were on board the Learjet 55 aircraft that had just departed from Northeast Philadelphia, bound for Springfield, Missouri.
When you're hearing that, everybody's just looking at the windows and scared, and it just comes down, and you just like, all you hear is like, and then it's just like everybody's just panicking, everything's just going on, like, you know, everybody like, oh my God, like, yo, like the plane just hit, this just hit.
This was the
rapidly evolving situation. I appreciate you keeping us honest because the numbers and the stats keep on changing. So thank you for that. So yes, we're going to start right now. I'm going to take it over. I'm Jesse Weber in for Dan. We're going to start with this breaking news right now. What is just a tragic and chaotic scene out in Philadelphia after a small plane fell from the sky, exploded near a busy residential neighborhood and popular shopping mall in Philadelphia. I want you to take a listen to this Ring doorbell video. You're going to see the moment of impact, and then you're going to hear the reaction of those nearby. Take a look.
She's still hanging.
Now, I want you to see that it's being reported was descending at 11,000 feet per minute. That's what we're talking about here. It's just an unbelievable video and sound. And now I will tell you, we have conflicting reports, though, on the number of people on board that plane. So the FAA put out a statement saying there were 2 people who were on board, but Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy posted to X saying there were reportedly 6 people on board. Again, this is a rapidly evolving situation. Hopefully by the end of the hour, we'll get a little bit more details. What we do know is this happened at around 6:30 p.m. Eastern time this evening. It is reported a Learjet 55. That is a plane that has about, 7,000 pounds of fuel in it. And that had just left Northeast Philadelphia Airport. It was headed to Springfield, Missouri. There's no word on injuries on the ground. Eyewitnesses describe a debris field the size of a football field. The jet creating what witnesses described as kind of a mushroom cloud of fire and smoke when it fell from the sky 3 miles from the airport. It landed near Cotman and Bustleton Avenues in Northeast Philadelphia. This is across from the Roosevelt Mall.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Talk to us about the challenges that first responders might be having in responding to a scene like this.
Yes, like you said, the debris field is actually, from what I've been told, over a quarter mile, could be even further. There's unconfirmed reports as much as a half a mile away, unfortunately found body parts. So this area is so large, but so densely, populated. It wouldn't shock me if we're hearing about recovery of, people or, unfortunately, different things from now until the sun rises.
How do they contain it? How do they contain that amount of fuel from spilling into other areas and possibly igniting?
It's a good question. I know once this happened, once the fire department and police arrived on scene and seeing how severe it was, there was a couple, they were like gas pipes that must have ruptured. So they were pushing everybody back, reporters, civilian, onlookers. They pushed them back very far. So they're going to have multiple of our utility agencies there. Philadelphia Water Department, PECO, our electric, and Philadelphia Gas were there in the area shutting things down, so it didn't go any further than it was. But from what I was told, for people on the scene, you could smell the gas, you could smell the fuel burning within a half a mile of the crash.
All right,
site.
it looks like
I
you're
mean, you're
getting ready
hearing
for
people who were not
Moonlight.
near the crash,
Getting ready
but where
for the
their
news
houses
conference
actually
here.
shook from it. That's the level of intensity, and we're showing this
Getting
Ring
everything
doorbell
ready,
footage
so it
here.
should be
Mark,
just a
I
minute
also wanted
here.
to ask you about this. As we're trying to understand exactly what this investigation is going to entail, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of it. Is it strange that you had a Learjet 55 there taking off, possibly a medevac? We're trying to understand that it was going to Missouri. There's been reports that it was registered to Mexico. Is it strange that you would see that kind of aircraft in the area?
Thank you all.
Not at all. So right where the accident happened, it's about 2.5, 3 miles from, which is called Northeast Airport. And it's an airport that has private jets of, wealthy people, hobbyists, things like that. So that's a very normal airport that's used all the time. You'll see flights coming in and out. And the path that it was on was a normal path. If you were driving down the Boulevard or Cottman Avenue to see an airplane, a few feet or a few hundred feet above your head, landing at the airport was very normal. So that's everything that happened as far as the flight taking off and all that's going to be normal. It's just the unfortunate, end result.
Right, because what we're looking at right now shouldn't have happened. And talk to me about the danger right now that currently exists for civilians. I've been seeing reports from the Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management telling residents to close their windows. Is the danger from the smoke coming into their homes? Talk to us about what the people around that neighborhood, what you might be advising them to do.
Yes, it's definitely going to be from the fuel burning. Like I said, there was gas lines, which I'm sure they have off now, but the aftermath of all the smoke and, the soot that you're going to smell, for hours on end, like you do any fire, anytime. So yeah, definitely in that area. And again, there's probably each block off the Cottman Avenue, off the top of my head, there's probably like 6 or 7 blocks. Those row homes stretch going north to south, probably 60, 70 houses each way on each side of the road. So there's a lot of people in that area right now that'll have to abide by those rules.
Mark, thanks so much for coming on, giving your insight, your perspective, latest updates on what you're hearing from the ground. And I'm wishing you and I'm wishing your brothers and sisters in the field the very best as this continues to develop. Mark Vercetti, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased.
I see how this works.
See a clip of the mayor. Shear, retired chief warrant officer. He was a former Black Hawk helicopter pilot. And Ron Basman, he is a retired FAA controller for over 30 years. He has worked and has managed controllers at airports across the country. And also with us is Captain Rich.
We continue to follow breaking news in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania tonight, where a private medical jet has crashed near a busy residential area and a shopping mall. You see the fireball there as it hits the ground. There are a lot of questions right now, still are, surrounding how this could happen just seconds after takeoff, less than 30 seconds.
Hey man, it's not clean. There's a terrible buzz. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How is the audio? Check. It's really bad. It was so much better when everybody was set up.
The audio here isn't working. It's not working.
Yeah. Everybody was ready. This is Dave.
I am Mike.
Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Yeah, this is the first presser today. It was supposed to happen 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. And we're just now getting to it. We've been waiting this whole time. We've been live like 3 hours.
There we go.
We were going live about 15 minutes to 30 minutes before the presser was supposed to get ready to start.
Go, come on down a little bit more. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check.
Still hot. You still hot.
1, 2.
Yeah, we've been waiting a while, but I've been wanting to. At least we got a chance to go through
1, 2, 1, 2.
experts and what they were
1, 2,
saying.
1, 2. We good?
It's still hot to me, but I mean, it is what it is.
1, 2.
Can you bring it down?
Uh-oh. Here, I'm going to share this video. This guy's really good, Captain Steve. And, oh, hold on 1 second. There's no audio.
No audio? Okay. Well, you all let us know when you're connected.
Hold on 1 second.
Are you all connected? Can you hear us well? I know some people were saying they had no audio. Okay, we'll just give it a few seconds. Sherelle Parker, Mayor, City of Philadelphia. Yes.
Yeah, the audio's not. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate you over there on Twitter. I'm not sure. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate that. By the way, I am retweeting a whole bunch of stuff we are not showing on YouTube.
Hello, Sherelle Parker, Mayor, City of Philadelphia.
Over to Twitter. Hold on.
Female.
What's up, Matthew? Good morning.
Alcohol.
Let me just start by thanking you all for being here.
Here, let me mute
Today
the
is
music.
Saturday, February the 1st. I want to give you an overview of where we stand. This remains an ongoing investigation, so the situation remains fluid and active. Our Philadelphia Police Department, our Fire Department, Office of Emergency Management, first responders, with all of our local, state, and federal partners, they all worked through the night at this crash site. I want to personally give my deepest thanks to each of them and my gratitude for their persistence. At this point, we can confirm that there were 6 souls on board the plane that crashed on Cottman Avenue last evening. A pediatric patient, their mother, and a 4-person flight crew. This was a medical transport plane that took off from our nearby Northeast Philadelphia airport, and it was only afloat for a very short period of time before something went terribly wrong and it crashed. The aircraft, a Learjet 55, it was en route to Missouri, according to our Federal Aviation Administration. I want to be very clear that the city of Philadelphia, we mourn their loss, and they are in our thoughts and in our prayers. We can also confirm that at least one other person perished in this tragedy, and this individual was in a car. We can confirm that there are also a number of other victims who were injured in this incident, and they are being treated in area hospitals. And thus far, our count is that there are 19 injured victims. But again, this is not etched in stone. The investigation is ongoing. Investigators are poring over the crash site right now. Further updates will be provided as soon as they are available, but I want to be clear that we will find a cause for this tragedy. Let me give you an update on utilities, gas, electric, and cable. PECO, we know that there have been households impacted, and PECO is working to restore power. The same goes for PGW. They are working to restore service interruption, for which we've learned has been minimum, but they are working on it. Our other partners, like SEPTA, there are detours, and you should check for updates on their website at septa.org for alerts and other advisories. We are encouraging as many people as possible in the area to stay home if you can, because this is an active investigation. However, I do want to note that we have members of our police and fire and Office of Emergency Management on all of our blocks. No Philadelphian who is in the impacted area should have a problem moving to and from their home if necessary and they have to leave. Let me also state, and this is very important, our local, state, and federal partners, they are all working together as we work to address this tragedy. And I want to give a special thank you to Ralph Hicks, who is the senior air safety investigator for the NTSB. I just spoke with Ralph shortly. I know the director is on her way. She may be here by now, but I want to say a special thank you to them, along with the FAA. Our governor, who was with me last night here and continues to be right by our side, Governor Josh Shapiro, our Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania Emergency Management, the Department of Environmental Protection, of course, our Philadelphia Police and Fire, Office of Emergency Management, Managing Director's Office, the American Red Cross for Southeastern Pennsylvania, our School District of Philadelphia, all of the agencies and officials, we are grateful for your support. I have to now recognize, and this is essential, because again, intergovernmental collaboration and cooperation is essential. And I do want you to know that I have been told, after speaking with first responders throughout the night, that this has not always been the case. But with the support of the White House, with the support of our U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick, our congressional delegations in Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, every state legislator who is present here, Reps. Doherty, Nielsen, Solomon, and Bellman in particular, along with State Senator Picozzi, Councilmember Driscoll, Commissioner Dealey, and the Mexican consulate is here. We want to thank you so very much. Your assistance in working with our medical technicians and scientists, it has been extremely helpful, and we are grateful for your partnership. What you witness here on today is everyone standing up together, and it is the standard operating procedure for how we will address this issue in the city of Philadelphia. The next thing we've received a number of questions about, and it's important that we listen carefully here. Shelter. There is a shelter at Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street here in Northeast Philadelphia. It is being operated by our Office of Emergency Management and the American Red Cross, Southeastern Pennsylvania, and it is operating 24/7. The Red Cross disaster workers, they are there to assist anyone who's been displaced by this tragedy. Yes, people have already begun using the shelter, and we encourage anyone who needs assistance to take advantage of it. If you need to reach them directly, feel free to call 1-800-RED-CROSS for any kind of property damage as well, or for help in filing a claim. I want you to call 911 though if you need assistance other than shelter today. So for shelter, 1-800-RED-CROSS. Anything other than shelter, we want you to call 911. In addition to that, mental and behavioral health. It's extremely important. If you need assistance with any mental and behavioral health services, we have them available through the city's Office of DBIDS. That's our Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. We want you to call them. And again, the facts, because there's so much misinformation being distributed on social media, and we can't control that. So we wanted to make sure you have access to accurate information here on today. And that number that you should call is 215-685-6440, or visit www.dbhids.org. Now, how to help others displaced or impacted by the tragedy. I happen to be a praying mayor, and I know that prayer works. And if you, the most powerful thing that you can do, if you're home right now, if you're anywhere across the nation or in the Commonwealth or the city, and you're saying, what can I do to help offer a prayer for our city? Now is the time that we need it. However, we know people want to help, and we are going to make formal, actionable ways available for you to assist. But we do ask you to please do not come to the site right now. Do not come to the site right now. It is still very much an active scene. No donations are needed at this time. No donations are needed at this time. If there is any formal structure, and this is extremely important, there is no GoFundMe established. Nothing has been established on social media to formally impact this. So if you are seeing that, Philadelphia, it is not formal, and we ask you to proceed with caution. I would stay away from it if I were you. We appreciate everyone's desire to help, and if anything changes, we will let you know, but we must. And this becomes extremely important as I, watch the NTSB along with the FAA work with our forensics department and our Pennsylvania State Police. Right now, they need the ability to do their jobs, and that's what we want to make sure that we give them. So they're going to continue the investigation and efforts at the crash site, and it has to continue without interruption. What about road closures? We've received questions about this as well. Go online at ReadyPHL to receive regular updates from our Office of Emergency Management. This includes information on road closures in the area and any relevant information for the public. Right now, I want to close by saying we're asking you to be patient. Your city is working around the clock with all of our local, state, and federal partners on every element of this tragedy. There are no silos. There may be specific lanes. There may be specific assignments that each of these respective agencies are responsible for, but the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, and they are collaborating on a consistent basis. And in our city of Philadelphia, my gosh, are we grateful, because we wouldn't have it any other way. We want you to keep those who perished or were injured in your prayers. For those of you who were wondering why we were so hesitant on yesterday to not give you any formal and or official numbers, it was because we knew those numbers would be moving, and we knew what would happen as daylight came upon us that the investigators on the ground and along with their communication with our area hospitals, they would gather more intelligence. So Philadelphia, I want you to know that we will not act in haste as we are reporting on this issue. As much as we might want to communicate immediately, we will not share any information with you that has not been cross-referenced through cross-sector collaboration, and that's extremely important. We will update the public and the press regularly throughout the day. Thank you all. God bless Philadelphia. And now is the time for us to demonstrate what our One Philly philosophy means. I now want to turn it over to our governor, who's been here with us from the start, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me begin by affirming what the mayor said at the conclusion of her remarks, that the city is working around the clock to keep people safe, to understand what happened, and to be there for those who are impacted. The city's been working around the clock at the direction of a strong and steady mayor in Sherelle Parker. And I want to say thank you to the mayor for her leadership. Leadership matters in moments of crisis, and demonstrated here by Sherelle Parker, our mayor. I also want to reaffirm what the mayor said about everybody working together with common purpose. There are no silos or stovepipes. Instead, it is everyone joining forces together. I want to lift up those state resources that have been here in Northeast Philadelphia working around the clock. And I want to thank the mayor for referencing them. At the request of Commissioner Bethel, your outstanding police commissioner, Colonel Christopher Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police, who joins me here to the left of the mayor, has dispatched roughly 50 members of the Pennsylvania State Police from Troops K and M, and we thank them for their work here. FEMA, the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority, has been on the ground since last night under the leadership of Director Randy Padfield, who slept here last night to work together with Director Teal and the other leaders here in the city, has made sure the city of Philadelphia has all of the resources they need. FEMA and the Pennsylvania State Police are no stranger to tragedies, and we will bring our expertise to support the work happening here locally on the ground. As I mentioned last night, I've been in communication directly with the United States Department of Transportation Secretary Duffy. He's asked if we need any additional resources. We do not. They have dispatched members of the FAA, and the NTSB has also been dispatched. We want to thank the federal government and our federal partners for their support. The mayor alluded to this earlier, and I just want to put an exclamation point on it. We are joined by several state representatives and our state senator for this community. Everyone is here on the ground. They're here on the ground not just to address you, but they've been here on the ground for their neighbors. I know that the good people of Northeast Philadelphia this morning, as daybreak came, walked out from their homes, came down from their stoops, and saw carnage in their communities, saw fuselage, saw destruction, and saw things that no one should ever have to experience in their neighborhoods. We also saw the very best of Northeast Philly, neighbor helping neighbor, folks looking out for one another. That's the Philly way. That's the Philly spirit. That's what the mayor preaches all the time about One Philly. This is not just a group of emergency response professionals working together at the state, local, and federal level. This is neighbors working together to look out for one another. Our neighborhood has expanded over the last several hours. Northeast Philly to the entire city of Philadelphia, to the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and of course, to our neighbors all across the world. I want to make special mention of Consul General Carlos Obrador, who joins us here today. His nation suffered loss in this tragedy. We are with you, Mr. Consul General. The entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands with you. This is the One Philly way, outreaching our arms to bring warmth and comfort and love to one another. I'll close by echoing the sentiment that the mayor shared. She's a praying mayor, I'm a praying governor. And and I want to offer my prayers to all of those who are impacted. May God's light shine upon this wonderful city and all of its inhabitants. May we lift up those who are mourning and those who are in a moment of strife. This is a time for us all to join together in prayer and in common purpose, and that's exactly what is happening here in the city of Philadelphia, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Madam Mayor, thank you for your strong leadership.
We are going to make sure that we take a few questions. Yes.
Can you tell us about structures and damage to the neighborhood, and also if you believe there will be other fatalities or victims that you have yet to identify at this point?
What I want to do is ask our managing director, Adam Teal, and also our fire commissioner to come forward. Teal.
We've had, in this incredible tragedy that exists, the Philadelphia Fire Department did have 5 dwelling fires that were involved. Those fires were completely extinguished. Our fire marshals are on location continuing to investigate and search every one of those affected dwellings.
As anybody who's been here on the scene or seen the scope and the scale of this incident can attest, this is a very large area with a lot of damage. And we are still working in a number of different ways to assess that damage. Right now, we are doing another, what we call a grid search of this entire roughly 4 to 6 block area, a very dense area, to ensure that we have found everything that we need to find, that we have checked in, as you heard the mayor say, with all of the residents, and we will continue to do that. We have teams who are going literally house by house, door to door, and also our license and inspection personnel are inspecting all of those dwellings, all the dwellings in the area, so we can be sure that we don't have other hidden damage or structural damage, and it is possible that we will still find that. So as you heard, this is still a very active and fluid situation. It is entirely possible there will be changes to those casualty figures that you heard. And this is why, as you heard the mayor say, we are being very thoughtful and intentional about this. We have a number of patients who are currently in hospital. We have a lot of unknowns about who was where on the streets of this neighborhood last night at the time of impact. So it will likely be days or more until we are able to definitively answer the question about the number of folks who perished in this tragedy and the outcome for those who are injured. Right now, I would certainly echo, please pray for all of those affected by, otherwise keep them in your thoughts, this tragedy. Adam Teal, I'm the managing director for the city of Philadelphia.
Either for the governor or the mayor, can you give any insight if the ATC review briefings have been able to recover a black box or anything from the plane itself?
Let me just state for the record that the NTSB, the FAA, all of our intergovernmental collaboration, it is all a part of an active investigation. When they formally have something that they can report, they will do a separate a press conference or press avail to affirm what they have recovered as a result of their investigation. But again, a special thanks to them for working in partnership with us. I also just want to state this for the record, because it came to light during one of our briefings earlier. There may have been some people in the area last night when the explosion occurred, and they may wake up and go out to get into their cars. They live in another part of the city, and they may have evidence actually on their cars. If that happens to be you, don't touch it. Just call 911 immediately. Our forensics unit, just an amazing job, but everything is essential to us addressing this tragedy. So just call 911 if that's the case.
At this time, do you know how far reaching the debris field is?
The area of impact, that area is roughly 4 to 6 blocks. And we also have debris in remote area where something happened with the aircraft, and that's something we'll need to leave the NTSB to talk about. So it's a very widespread area, and we are still trying to understand the entire scope. So as you heard the mayor say, it's possible that if you are somewhere not even near here, somewhere between this location and Northeast Airport, you may go out and find something in your yard, something in your car. Please, as you heard her say, don't touch it, call 911. We need to know that. This is still relatively early in the long-term trajectory of this incident.
So pieces of the plane were falling before the impact?
That will all be information you will hear from the NTSB at the appropriate time. The question about how large is this incident, we are still trying to understand that completely.
Wow.
Next question.
Still. Wow. Still. Like I said, it's going to go into the early afternoon.
For right now, call 911. If you have, it's very important. The police department has a very robust way that they deal with missing persons cases. So if you haven't seen somebody, you think somebody might have been in this area, there's a relative in this area, and you haven't seen or heard from them, and you're concerned, call 911, and we will take it from there. Thank you, everybody.
That's it.
Thank you, everyone.
Before we conclude, let me state for the record, Managing Director, Teal Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel, Dominic, our Fire Commissioner, I have to say a special thank you to each of you for your leadership. To my senior team, Tiffany Thurman, Chief of Staff for the City of Philadelphia, Sincere Harris, Chief Deputy Mayor, Vanessa Garrett Harley, Chief Deputy Mayor, and the entire Parker administration, cabinet. Thank you all so very much for your support and the hard work that you are demonstrating. We will get through this, and we will get through it together. Thank you all so very much, and we'll report back later.
Thank you, everybody.
We're talking debris field on the scanner. Six passed from the aircraft, one passed from the ground, plus 19 injured victims so far. They are talking debris field on the scanner, so let me go ahead and mute that.
Source 9 on the radio. Source 9, sir. Source 2XL, just stay by for a second. I'll come back over and we're going to go around and move the vehicle. Proceed.
Oh, they found something. They found something. Hold on, they found something. Okay, I want to show you guys a video here in a second. We're going to listen to this scanner here.
JD's.
We're going to listen.
52885, 25th out of Walton GSW at Temple, saying it happened at 2200 Orkney on the highway.
2200.
Attempted robberies, 2 black males, black ski masks, all black clothing.
That's another call.
26 District Unit, check for a scene, please.
Hold on. They're on a. There was talk about the debris here in a second. That was another call. They're talking about debris. And they need to move a vehicle as well.
For my private vehicle.
Hold on. We'll hang out on this scanner here for a second. I want to show you guys a video from Captain Steve.
So he shot in the hand.
And he was discussing what he thinks went wrong. Now, he did a video last night on the DC crash. and I want to show you guys that as well. Thank you, Marie. That's a good question, because they had just mentioned it almost sounded like they were talking, when they were talking the debris field and how far it was. It almost sounded like they haven't found it yet, and it almost sounds like it is I don't know, like it's reported to not
Real-time common here.
to not be in that specific area. I don't know. We still have to
ma'am,
wait.
Good morning.
We still have to wait.
2885, 25th out of walk-in GSW at Temple. Saying the place of occurrence is the 2200 block of Orkney. Flash, she gave us the two black males, black ski masks, all black clothing. Said it was an attempted robbery.
All
How many
right.
cameras around there?
We'll go ahead and switch to. Let me turn that down just a little bit. I'll still listen to it in the background. I want to switch to this video from Captain Steve here. And he is going to explain. If you're not subscribed, please go over there and do so. And we're going to check out this video. I watched some of his stuff last night talking about the DC crash. Very interesting stuff. We're going to get into that here in a little bit as well. Like I said, I'm going to be hanging out with you guys through the early afternoon.
And
In case we have any updates else that's coming out, I'm sure there's going to be some kind of update coming up today. Not only for this, but also for the DC crash. Like I said, we'll get into more of that as well. This is Captain Steve. Go sub up to him, and then this is him talking about the medvac crash here.
In the airplane outside of Northeast Philly, the Learjet that went down just last night, and how incredibly rare it is to have two back-to-back major accidents like this. But let's take a look at what happened last night in Philadelphia.
Medevac, med service 056 on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 25010.
So the situation here is it's a medevac flight. It's a Learjet, Lear 55. It's a very nice jet. And it's going from Northeast Philadelphia, an airport I know a great deal about. I flew all the time in my military days out of Willow Grove. I was there for about a dozen years, and that's right in the vicinity of Northeast Philadelphia. They fly a lot of these medevac flights to various places around the world even, but this one's going to Springfield, Illinois. They take off a runway 24. About 60 seconds later, they crash, and there's lots of conjecture about why that happened. I'll tell you in a minute what I think happened. Again, remember, this is just my conjecture about it. There's going to be a whole forensic redo of this whole flight, and that will be the details that come out in the days, weeks, and months to come. But let's take a look at what we know so far.
Medevac, med service 056, contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra, 056. Thank you.
Okay, let me stop it right there. So this is a routine departure out of any airport. It can take place anywhere around the world. And medevac takes off, and as soon as they're airborne, they're 400 or 500 feet above the ground when they get handed off to departure control. And so they're given a frequency. What I want you to key into here is the voice of the co-pilot who's talking on the radios. It's completely calm. It's completely normal. It's completely routine. Nothing's going on just yet on this airplane. And I can get that from listening to the tone in the voice. And remember, in aviation, there are three priorities, and they go in this order: aviate, navigate, communicate, in that order. So the first thing is make sure you fly the airplane. That's the aviate part. Keep the airplane, the blue side up, as we say in aviation. Navigate is the next thing. Where are you headed? Where are you going, right? That was an impact in the Reagan incident just at the beginning of the week. And then communicate. That's the third of your priorities. It's not the top of the list.
Med service 056 Philadelphia. Med service 056 Philadelphia.
So Philadelphia is expecting the handoff from this medevac flight, and they don't hear anything from them. They never checked in. Something was going on in that cockpit that was preoccupying them, that from the time they got the handoff from Tower to dialing the frequency and talking to Philadelphia, they were busy. They're probably doing a checklist. They're trying to handle whatever emergency it is that is now developed, and it developed that fast. Philadelphia's going to call them a couple of times. Tower's going to try him next.
Medevac med service 056, Northeast Tower, contact Philly 123.8.
This is absolutely normal. They'll go back and forth between the tower and Philadelphia. You see over on the side of your screen here a schematic of the actual video of what's happening to this airplane. I want you to note the steep angle that the airplane is flying at before it impacts the ground.
And that explosion too. And this explosion.
The airplane is flying at before it impacts.
Look at that. That's crazy. Yeah, go over there and hit the like on his video and drop a comment too, please. Those are the 2 free ways you can help him out. Did a great video last night on the DC crash. Like I said, we'll check that out in a little bit. And yeah, it's what he says about the DC crash is very, 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 very interesting.
Impacts the ground.
Definitely go sub up.
Med service 056 Philly. Medevac med service northeast tower.
So they're going to continue to call this airplane. They've already crashed. They're never going to respond. And this is a tragedy. And again, we watch this and our hearts just go out to the people on board that airplane and the people on the ground as well. So what happened here? Well, we don't know a whole lot. And again, in the long run, we're going to find out the details. There's a couple of things that take place.
Yeah, and they can take 1 year to 2 years. Like I said, when the crash happened in Washington D.C., it made me go, because I watch a lot of the Mayday air disasters and all of those. I watch a lot of those documentaries. And what's up, Cherry? I watch a lot of those documentaries, and when the DC crash happened, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'd never seen the Mayday air disaster on the plane crash in Akron back in 2015. I think it was 2015, 2016. That happened right in my neighborhood, and I was like, holy crap." So I started looking up the Mayday videos of that plane crash, because I remember I was walking my daughter home from school when that took place. And when we were walking, we both heard it. We heard it. It was like, it went right over us, and we were like, what the heck? And then all of a sudden, because we heard that, then we heard, the plane flying above us, and then we didn't see it or anything because it was so foggy that day. We didn't see it. And then all of a sudden, a couple seconds later, we heard the boom where it crashed into the apartment building. And but where we were at, it sounded like it was crazy. It sounded like, like when trains like the cars slam into each other to lock up or whatever. It sounded like a couple trains did that at the same time, and it was just, you could feel the vibe. It was crazy. You could feel the vibration. And so it made me go back to like, oh my gosh, I never did watch that episode. I want to find out what's wrong. The thing is it can take 1 year to 2 years for them to even know. Yeah, I want to do a show. I'm going to do a members only mythical. Where I'm showing everybody like the local news clips and all that stuff, and about the crash, but yeah, 1 year to 2 years usually it takes that long in order for them to get the actual cause. We'll have the general idea here within, whether it's today or tomorrow or the next day, just depending. Especially in Philly, but we'll know it. But sometimes most of the time it'll take a whole year to 2 years to know exactly what led up the because like they said, it's like a piece of Swiss cheese. Like every certain little thing it's not just one thing. It's it's one thing after another, after another, after another, after another, and it's got to be in a perfect. It's like Swiss cheese, and it has a pegboard, and those pegs got to fit perfectly with all those different Swiss cheese holes. It's a bunch of events that take place that then this happens. And I'm sure he'll say this too.
Here, and I'm looking at the angle of the airplane as it hits the ground. That steep angle doesn't happen. The pilots can't create that. This isn't a matter of the pilot pushed over the airplane. It would be very hard to create that steep an angle from that altitude. Most likely, this airplane stalled. And now, what's a stall? A stall is not like in your car where the engine just stops running. A stall in an airplane is when the wing, the flow of air over the wing is disrupted. It stops flowing.
Right. Not that it's the engine is stalling, because when you hear that plane going straight down and engines are roaring, because you can hear the engines roaring in all these videos, that's not the stall. The stall is also where the wind is not, the wing is not going through the wind at the right angle, and so it doesn't create any lift, and so therefore it's going to go down. That's why when you see the plane go straight down and then right before it crashes, it kind of moves a little bit, because when it's going straight down, that wing has the exact air that it needs to move just that little bit, but it's already headed down. It's just the point of attack. When it gets to that certain spot, that's when that airflow is hitting that wing at the right time, but it's only for a second, because it's man, it's and it's a pediatric patient,
properly, and then that wing loses lift. Typically, when that happens, and again, there are several critical phases of flight. The most critical is the takeoff phase of flight. Why is that? You're the heaviest you're ever going to be. You've got your power pushed all the way up, and you're going slow. You're going to accelerate as you get up to altitude. You're going to reconfigure the airplane by bringing the landing gear up, retracting the flaps, and those sort of things. So the airplane becomes even more aerodynamic. So at this point, they're at the most, what we would call in aviation, most critical phase of flight. And something happens to disrupt the lift over the wings. That's my conjecture on this. At that point, the nose of the airplane, which is kind of up like this, is going to drop steeply. It's going to fall through. One of the wings is going to stop creating lift, and the airplane's going to either go on its back, or the nose is going to come sharply down. And that's where you get that steep angle now that you see on the screen where they impacted the ground. Now, if you're up at altitude and that happens, you have altitude to lose to recover, because the air will start flowing back over that wing as the nose drops through. When you're this close to the ground, there's no time to recover. And that's what happened to these folks, I think. Why would the airplane stall? One of two possible big reasons. One is the center of gravity on the airplane was off. Maybe it was way too far in the back, and it caused the nose to pitch up, which would create a disruption in the lift over the wing. The air is not flowing smoothly over the wing, or they lost an engine or two, and they lost all their thrust. Let's put it that way. They lost enough thrust that
they didn't lose their engine.
The airplane stalled, and the nose fell through. So at this point now, we're not going to get anything else from Philadelphia or anybody else. I do want you to look a couple times at the angle of this flight, and I want you to understand that this airplane didn't get airborne for more than about 60 seconds. When we look at its flight path, it comes straight off of runway 24. It's climbing out straight ahead, as it would have been cleared to do. At the very end of this video that we just watched, there's a little veer to the left before they impact the ground, and that would be characteristic also of a stall. The left wing was the one that probably dipped down first. The nose fell through, and the airplane went just slightly off to the left. I'm grabbing a lot from just a bit of the video here, but again, it's very sad. Now, what does this have to do with the accident outside of Reagan? Well, the two most critical phases of flight, obviously, are taking off and landing. Now, where the two incidents are really totally different is that there's a lot to look at in the DCA accident. The regional jet was in a very tight airspace. They were cleared to land. The airspace in front of them, behind them, and on both sides of them belongs to that commercial jet. The helicopter was talking to the tower. They accepted visual separation rules from the tower. They said they had the airplane in sight. And my conjecture on that video was they were looking at the wrong airplane. They thought they...
Yeah, we'll go into that. We'll go into that in a little bit.
To fly. And I've been inundated with emails and texts over the last few days. There's takeoffs and landings all around the world. That goes on day after day, week after week, month after decades since that has happened. And there have been millions of flight events that have gone on in between that. The problem is when two accidents take place so close to each other, boy, it really makes us nervous. And I understand.
Yeah, it really does. It really does make you nervous. Definitely go show some love to Captain Steve. Like I said, I just ran into him last night as I was kind of, going through the show. We didn't get into that video, but we will here in a little bit. Very interesting when it comes to the DC crash. Let me see here. This is a live feed of them looking around. Let me pull up the live scanner again here and see what we got going on.
Robert 13 on location. Okay, sir. Robert 13 over.
Here we go. I wanted to check this out too.
Joining us now with some insights is commercial pilot and flight instructor Robert Katz. Robert, thank you for doing this. What is your 43 years of experience, not only as a pilot, but a flight instructor too, telling you about what could have gone wrong and made this happen tonight?
This is a very, very sad incident because it happened so suddenly and without apparently any warning whatsoever. Information from FlightAware indicates that this is a MedJets flight number 56, a Learjet 55, which departed Northeast Philadelphia Airport to the southwest and traveled no further than about 1 nautical mile. Here we have a photograph of an example aircraft, a Lear Model 55. This is not the actual airplane that crashed, but this is what the jet would look like. It is a very high-performing corporate jet. It is well suited for air ambulance work, so the application of this airplane on this occasion is appropriate. And then we see on the data from FlightAware only 3 radar hits across a period of time of only 31 seconds of flight. The airplane is climbing at over 2,200 feet per minute, which is what I would expect from a Learjet, but then it disappears suddenly and catastrophically at about 1,400 feet above the ground, elevation out there being around 200 feet above sea level. My first impression.
So right there, it reached 235 miles per hour at 1,600 feet before yikes. At least it didn't go more than that because it could have went quicker.
Of what may have happened here, pure speculation on my part, is some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure, probably due to deferred, cheapened, or neglected maintenance.
Yes. Now this, I'm gonna turn this down. This is the one that I wanted you when I said. So I came across this last night. Okay. And so this was, last night, probably around midnight. And I came across this and I was like, you know what? That's what makes the most sense, right? Because there's something, it's 2 things, but I really think it's the second. The first, like one of the experts said, it could be not balanced properly. So if it's not balanced properly, then that plane will go down like that. But also, when you're looking at the plane, the engines are going full, right? 235. You can hear them roaring as it's coming down. They were working. Something with the tail, but there's no mayday call. Something that happened, where they could mayday, mayday, mayday. There was no mayday call. Normally in any of these crashes, you will hear the pilot saying something. Even if he's not talking to air traffic control, they're usually saying something. The fact that you didn't hear anything, that it was instant. This guy right here, I think, brings up the best point out of all of it, because to me, then I have to go to the oxygen tanks and the medical equipment inside that helicopter. So what would make a oxygen tank go off inside the inside the plane, instant, no mayday call, no trying to steer, would be, and then you see how it's lit up as it's coming down. It makes sense. It's lit up, it's coming down. It makes sense. You think of these doctors when think of anybody that you know that has to have an oxygen tank. They tell you, be very, very, very careful. So when you don't hear a mayday call, to me, it's not something that happened up in the air. It's not the imbalance of weight, because you're still going to hear mayday, mayday. There was nothing. Engines roaring in all these videos. To me, that says something happened inside that plane. Instant. Nobody was available to yell mayday. So when you have that kind of equipment, I'm sure that there was precautions that were taking place inside to make sure, right? Because you had a pediatric patient that was being transported. You would think that they're going to do the extra, right? But when it comes to what this guy said last night, I said spot on. And listen, I'll bring it back just a skosh and listen to what he says about the equipment.
Pure speculation on my part is some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure, probably due to deferred, cheapened, or neglected maintenance.
Oh my. Now, so what you're looking at, the evidence suggests that the
cheapened maintenance to the medical equipment. Cheapened maintenance. What needs maintenance? An oxygen tank needs maintenance. What needs maintenance? Seal. Valve. Two very important things when it comes to a tank, right? A seal and a valve. Could it have been as something as simple as an oxygen tank where the seal might have been expired? Could have been, but I highly doubt it. You would think that people would be checking that stuff, especially with a child on board. God forbid, just got done with their treatment. You would think you would check that. So I'm saying, okay. So when you go back to what this guy's saying, the tag may say it's not expired. Tag's not expired. Good to go. Everything's checked. But when it comes to the maintenance and the cheaper fixes,
some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure, probably due to deferred, cheapened, or neglected maintenance.
Oh my. Now, so what you're looking at, the evidence suggests that the plane broke apart in air. Is that why, it would lose, I guess, connectivity with radar?
Correct. It was a sudden catastrophic explosion in midair.
So when I heard this guy last night, I was like, yeah, this dude is on it, and this is the one I want you all to hear. Because like we were discussing it last night, at first, there's no ice on the wings. We ruled that out. Could it have been something that happened with the tail? Think about any of the gliders you have. You take the tail off, and what happens with that glider? You throw it, and it goes straight down nosedive. Something might have happened with the tail. Then you see that there's a photo of an oxygen tank that's laying on the street. Okay, well, we know for sure there was oxygen. Then overnight, we see the photo inside of the medvac and what it looks like. Okay, it's really compact. It's stuff. If you want to see all those, I already retweeted them on my Twitter or X, plus some other stuff we're not showing on here. But you see the photos, you're like, okay, then it starts to make sense because we heard very quickly last night, very quickly. It wasn't very long as we got into the show last night that we heard about that oxygen tank being found on the street. We had the scanner out going up there too. It wasn't very long. So when you hear the oxygen, then you sit there, and if you know anybody personally that has an oxygen tank, the little teeny ones, you see it, it's just like the one that you saw laying on the street. Those things, when you're talking oxygen, the slightest leak, and that's very compressed. Very compressed. So when this guy said this, I was like, I want a valve or a seal on an oxygen tank, and I wouldn't be surprised if after we're done a year or two later, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a valve or a seal on that oxygen tank. Whatever sparked it, not sure. Something sparked it. But when you think about that oxygen tank, that oxygen, when you're getting in the air, okay, say there is a leak in that tank. When you're getting in the air, that you're in a compressed airspace, correct? The air pressure changes. You're in a compressed airspace. So what does that oxygen do now? What that oxygen does is it starts to fill up the whole airplane. And whenever that spark goes off, not just the tank is going to go off, but also all of that oxygen that is filled up inside that pressurized cabin is also going to, right at the same time, just like they said, it goes off radar. There is no Mayday call. It looks like it's already illuminated as it's going down. And there's nobody that would have been able to react to slow the engines down or try and pull the stick back. That's why I think the engines were still roaring as it came down, because it was such an instant impact and it had affected everybody inside. And that's why I think as the day goes on, the reason that you saw that official kind of back away from the debris field and how big it was, I'm wondering, they said in between the airport and the crash site, and that's very important, because I really feel like that probably took place, what I just explained. And if that is what took place, then that meant that there would have been holes in that airplane somewhere. And I wouldn't be surprised if there is a debris field from shortly after the airport until where it finally landed. Because when you're talking about that much pressure in a pressurized cabin and you mix it with compressed to expansion inside a pressurized cabin, you are talking catastrophic damage to the airplane before, and possibly some things going along with it. And when you look at the video, you put it all together, to me, it seems like that's what took place. I'm not an expert, and I don't even claim to be. I'm just telling you my common sense, and that's it. But to me, what this guy said last night, I was like, bingo. Bingo. You know, because that whole time until I heard this, I sat there last night and I'm like, how does this oxygen? There's got to be the procedures and the protocols and the checklist, and especially with that kind of equipment, and especially with patients, like 150%, not just 100. What would have made this oxygen tank spark? And when this guy said it last night, faulty, cheapened maintenance equipment, and you're talking about a valve and a seal, two things that can be easily overlooked or not even heard, because it could be a little, and it's not even that loud. You don't even hear it. But when it comes to a pressurized cabin, because listen, it ain't going to make a difference when the door's open and people are coming in. Yeah, it's going to fill up, but it ain't going to be that impactful. But when that door shuts and that plane starts and it gets up into the altitude and that pressurized cabin, all of a sudden that oxygen gets very dense inside there. Oh boy. Hopefully we can hear from the NTSB.
And that's why I'm inclined to think that there would be no advance warning of what happened here. There was no call on the air traffic control audio back to the tower explaining any sort of a problem whatsoever. The airplane was cleared for takeoff. It took off routinely, and we do not hear from it again.
Well, from what you say, it sort of lends, I guess there is some credence to be lent to that, because we've had a lot of small plane crashes around here. And in every instance where the pilots know something is happening, it's obvious they are doing everything they can to steer their aircraft away, despite knowing they're going to pass, to keep it away from populated areas. And there was no opportunity, it seems, for that to happen in this case.
None at all. It appears that the airplane is following the extended center line of the runway, as we can see here on FlightAware, and it just disappeared in midair, disintegrated in midair.
Now, we can see from the video that we've been sharing on the ground, and I'm sure you've seen it as well, the ground's wet. Obviously, it was raining up there, but to your point, it doesn't appear that weather really played any role in what happened. Less than 30 seconds after takeoff, as you say, catastrophic failure.
Yes, the ceiling and visibility was poor, but certainly within the capabilities of the equipment of the airplane, and I would expect within the capabilities of the pilots flying. We can see from this image here that the airplane flew the extended center line of the runway for about a mile and then disappeared in flight. I can only hope and pray that the impact on the ground did not victimize people on the ground. But this crew would have had absolutely no warning of what's happening here, and no opportunity to steer the airplane away from anything. This airplane just disintegrated in flight in solid instrument meteorological conditions. There were the clouds, and very tragic.
Robert Katz, thank you so much for sharing your expertise.
Yeah, and I'm gonna play this, the audio. Now, we went through the air traffic control audio from the DC crash last night. That's very interesting. We're going to go back into that in a little bit as we sit here and wait to see, because I want to sit here and wait a little bit, see if we're going to get another update, another report. NTSB, did they find the black box? What's going on? We're going to talk a little bit about the DC crash and those updates. But if you want to check out the ATC audio from the DC crash, we broke that down, and I'm going to break it down for you again. But we went through that last night too. And that's right, Matt. It could have been something as simple as that too. We won't know for sure until, you know, at least a year or two. But just when you're looking at I mean, we're looking right here, right? When we're looking at the damage here, the roofs and all this, I mean, it's crazy. That's the one thing that I just don't understand is how it's so many different. I mean, you saw what it looks like on the ground. We're going to go to my Twitter in a few because I'm going to re-show you guys some things. I retweet a lot of stuff. I just don't always show it because I just keep some of that to Twitter or X. I always call it Twitter. All right, we're going to check out this the audio for the air traffic control. You're going to see there was no mayday, there was no sign of, there was no, issues, there was nothing. So here's the link for this channel, and they had one on the air traffic control last night, but I'm going to show you the one from Twitter that we went through because that'll show you the wave bars for it, and it's very important when it comes to what took place over there too. So here's this VAS Aviation. Hold on one second. My mouse is messing up. All right, there we go. So here's this link. Definitely go sub up to this channel too. So like I said, you're going to hear this. No sign of distress. Nothing.
Medevac, mid-service 056, on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 25010. Medevac, mid-service 056, contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 Medevac. Thank you, good day.
See no issues so far.
Med service 056 Philadelphia. Med service 056 Philadelphia.
And then they lose it. You see what I'm saying? There's no sign of distress. Basically, as soon as they said thank you, good day, all of a sudden they can't hear it anymore, and a couple seconds later it's going down. So it's almost like right after they said good day, something happened and the plane started falling. Because think about it, you hear it out of the sky, that's a couple seconds. Go a couple seconds from when you last hear it. So to me, it looks like it was still transponding back, because as soon as they say thank you, 1, 2, 3, then I think
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 medevac. Thank you. Good day.
all right, so the 43 seconds.
Med service 056 Philadelphia. Med service 056 Philadelphia.
Okay, so that's where it goes away. So I feel like it was still transponding to the air tower. And when it disappeared, that's no maydays, no distress, and then it just goes away.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 medevac. Thank you. Good day.
And see how it changes its path right there? That's where it's diving. So you see it's already going at a good speed, and then you see it slow down on this radar. When it's slowing down, it's actually going down. So when you hear right after they say thank you, watch its path.
Medevac med service.
See how fast it's going now? Watch the change of speed after you hear thank you. It slows down. That means it's going down.
056 contact Philly departure 123.8.
See how fast?
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 medevac. Thank you. Good day.
And then all of a sudden, 1, 2. All of a sudden, yeah, it's going
Med service
down.
056 Philadelphia.
It's going down. It's going down.
Med service 056
It's
Philadelphia.
going down. Bam. Right after good day is when that took place. I'll show it one more time. You can see the difference in the speed.
Medevac med service 056 contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 medevac. Thank you. Good day.
Going down. Going
Med service
down.
056 Philadelphia.
Going down. Going down.
Med service 056 Philadelphia.
Going down. Prayers. Prayers. Yeah, it did look like it was turning a little bit too. Man. And then what took place last night? And then here's the latest live feed. Right by that Dunkin' Donuts over there. All right, I'm going to switch to my X here. And this is something that we went over last night, and we're going to go over it for a little bit here before I play you this other video. From Captain Steve. Okay. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff, even the retweeting of the 360 view. Please go follow all these people that I retweet, just sharing information. It does take a community. Just different. I mean, look at the destruction is just it's just crazy. Man, you can hear the tires. Look at this. Here, let me share this with you guys. This is Malavia. Here's the link for this. And I'm going to show this here. This is crazy. You can hear the tires popping in this. Man, look at all that. Look at all that. Look at all that. That's, man, that is crazy.
What was that, plane? Get the fuck out of here. I just got in my citizen. Yo, they saying it was a plane crash. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, yo. Yo. Hey. What? Yo, hold on, I'll call you right back. Okay. I'm going. Look at this shit. It's fire everywhere. Get out of the way.
Wow. Crazy. Crazy. All right, we'll follow. Let me see here. What is this here? Listen to the 57-second mark.
TechMed service 056 affirmative.
All right, so this is from last night. Here, hold on. Let me scroll, because it was hold on. It was somebody else. Let me go to it. Some of these images are I'm not showing them on here. Here's the retweet. This is inside. What it looks like inside the medvac there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're basically it's a skinny jet, all right? So you're looking at, so basically the other side would be seating and stuff, and a bed, or a whatever you call them. That's what the jet looked like on the outside. So when you see some of the debris that's on the ground and you see the red and the white. Now, you saw one of the photos where the door was still shut. Okay. Yeah, stretcher. You saw on one of the photos where it was in half. You saw it next to a window, and you saw the sealed door that was shut. So I think what took place is part of the side that has the equipment is the side that blew out of the plane. That's the reason why you saw just partial of the door with the window last night, but it was still intact. It was still shut. Big difference. Let me see here. Yeah, we look at this photo right here. Right about here is where it starts to turn. So in the middle of that path is where it starts to veer a little bit, and then it just automatically starts going to the left. Video of damage that flew inside it was some kind of bolt. All right, here, I'm going to share this. This was Benny Johnson. And here's the link for this. And I'm going to kind of go through this with you. And I want to show you this. We went into this last night, and then we're going to listen to Captain Steve about it because it's very important when it comes to what's taking place here, too. All right. But this is the one from the Philly crash here.
Medevac, mid-service 056, on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 25010.
Okay. So right here at the 24-second mark, there's going to be the first response. Right here at the 54-second mark, there's a response. And then right here at the 1 minute and 8 mark, there's also a response. Now, when you're listening to these, this one right here, you can hear what they're saying. Everything seems fine. It's calm. It's, everything's going good. When you hear this one at the 54-second mark, everything appears to be okay. You don't hear distress in the voice. You don't hear Mayday, definitely. You don't hear any of that. But what you do hear is a muffled sound. Like there's something. And it could have been, maybe it was a combination, faulty wire, affected the communications at first. And then after it affected the communications, there was a spark. Maybe there was a fire on board that just took place and they couldn't help it, and then it started affecting the equipment. Maybe it wasn't a leaky valve. Maybe just the heat from the fire that became instant could have done it as well. But what's interesting is that everything, there is no distress in any of these responses. Okay. And then they realized that they lost the aircraft. So we'll go ahead and play the whole thing for you, and I'll mute the music. But when you listen to the responses, the first one you can hear, everything seems fine, no Mayday, calm. The other responses, calm, no Mayday, hard time hearing what they're saying. Because of the fuzzy, there's definitely a communication problem. And it didn't seem like it was from, I feel it seemed like they could hear, it seemed like the plane could hear air traffic control just fine. Because there was responses to what was being said. So you'll hear those three responses. Very important. I'll turn down the music here.
Medevac, mid-service 056, on departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff, wind 25010. Medevac, mid-service 056, affirmative. On departure, turn right heading 290, runway 24, clear for takeoff. Medevac, mid-service 056, contact Philly departure 123.8.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 Medevac. Thank you. Good day.
Medevac mid-service 056, Northeast Tower. Contact Philly 123.8. Medevac mid-service Northeast Tower. Medevac mid-service 056, Northeast Tower. You on frequency?
Medevac Mike Tango Sierra 056, Northeast Tower. How do you hear this transmission?
Medevac mid-service 056, Northeast Tower.
560908 Foxtrot Northeast Ground, Roger. Stand by one. I'll get back to you when I can.
See what I'm saying? There was no mayday, no distress.
It's 7:55. We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed, so no inbounds or outbounds probably.
All right, understand. Thank you.
560908 Foxtrot. I'm sure you copied that, but for right now, we're gonna call the field closed. We'll try to get you out here when we can. If we can't, we'll have to take you over to Atlantic. But stand by for now.
All right, Roger. We'll stand by.
Yeah. So when you're listening to it, there's no distress. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't. There's another one going. There's another tweet out there talking about the 56 or 57-second mark. About some, I don't even want to say it because YouTube's probably going to hit me. But this is why I brought this up again, too, because when you're listening to the response at the 24-second mark, you're listening to the response at the 54-second mark, which is one of the other tweets that's being discussed. And then you're looking at the response at the 1 minute and 8 mark. They all don't, there's no sounds of distress. There's no sounds of mayday, worry, yelling, screaming, crying. There's no sounds, and we'll listen to them one more time. There's no sounds of distress or panic or concern or any of that in any of these responses. Hold on one second.
123.8, Mike Tango.
So listen to these again, very important. And each response, there's no, like I said in the beginning, there's no panic, there's no distress. It sounds just like the first one. The first one you can hear. It's clear, it's calm, it's a normal response, normal chatter. And just like the last two, it just sounds like normal chatter, but there's obviously some kind of short going on, and I'll just play the three responses here.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 megabytes. Thank you. Good day.
Okay, see that right there? It sounds normal. There's no distress. Now, think about there being some kind of short in the audio, and you'll basically hear the same normal, calm talk. That's why I said I really feel like they could hear air traffic control just fine. The connection issue with the communication was coming from the helicopter and relaying their voice to air traffic controller. Okay, so you hear that, you go back to this, it sounds just like this, but it sounds like there's some kind of wiring failure or something.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 megabytes. Thank you. Good day.
Okay. Now add that faulty wire. Okay. You also hear the same when it gets to this part too, right here. Right here is another response, and it's also it seems calm as well. There's no distress. There's no panic. There's no mayday. There's none of that. And then just a couple seconds later, they lose the aircraft.
Approach to runway 24, what's going on down there? Position 755.
So if you want to think about if it was something like 9/11, right? You heard the transmission, you heard, stuff. Whether it was the people that were talking, or while the people were talking, stuff was happening. It was obvious that there was a difference. It was obvious that there was something happening with that audio. With this one, to me, it seems like faulty wires started taking over right here. It didn't seem like they were having an issue, but there was definitely a relay issue, and then we don't hear panic when it comes to this. That's why I'll continue to keep saying that I feel like this was something that happened instantly. This was something just like that gentleman said when we were listening to him right here when he was discussing faulty equipment. I really feel like that's what took place. Like there was something instant, and then just like the flight radar, you see how it slows down right after they say, okay, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just goes down. But I really feel like what this guy said last night makes the most sense. That there was everything seemed fine, and then in the instant there was some kind of explosion inside that made that go down. I think it's right about here. Let me see.
Oh my! Now, so what you're looking at, the evidence suggests that the plane broke apart in air. Is that why it would lose, I guess, connectivity with radar?
Correct. It was a sudden catastrophic explosion in midair. And that's why I'm inclined to think that there would be no advance warning of what happened here. There was no call on the air traffic control audio back to the tower explaining any sort of a problem whatsoever.
Yeah, even if they ran into birds, there would have been Mayday, Mayday. Regardless, there would have been some kind of stress in the voice. Stress in the voice, you know what I mean?
However, the airplane was cleared for takeoff. It took off routinely, and we do not hear from it again.
Well, from what you say, it sort of lends, I guess there is some credence to be lent to that, because we've had a lot of small plane crashes around here. And in every instance where the pilots know something is happening, it's obvious they are doing everything they can to steer their aircraft away, despite knowing they're going to pass, to keep it away from populated areas. And there was no opportunity, it seems, for that to happen in this case.
No.
None at all. It appears that the airplane is following the extended center line of the runway, as we can see here on FlightAware, and it just disappeared in midair, disintegrated in midair.
Yep.
Now
and that's what I think. Like I said, KB, both voices sound normal. Air traffic sounded normal. The only thing that was different in that audio is you noticed there was some kind of communication, some kind of issue where it went from this.
123.8, Mike Tango Sierra 056 megabytes. Thank you. Good day.
It went from that to then all of a sudden something happened with the wiring and it went to this. And so, who knows? Who knows what that is? Let me see here. I wanted to go to let's go to the air traffic control from the DC crash. Hold on one second. Let me get this music back on. Oh, and speaking of, we heard earlier that there was a near miss just a couple days ago. Here's this real quick.
CRJ in flight. Pass 25, pass 100 CRJ.
At 8:47 p.m., an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with a regional jet in the nation's capital. The crash occurred over the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport, killing 67 people. It's one of the most restricted airspaces in the country. But this particular area has long worried pilots like retired Army officer Daryl Feller.
That's probably the most dangerous spot on all those routes in DC.
So here's everything we know about why that area is so precarious. The 33-mile radius around Washington, D.C. is considered a special flight rules area. Pilots have to have advanced clearance from the FAA to fly here, and aircraft must have altitude encoding transponders, among other things. Within that, there's a 17-mile flight-restricted zone around Reagan Airport, with even stricter rules. And then there are prohibited areas around the White House, National Mall, and the Vice President's residence. But even with the restrictions, it's still one of the most congested airspaces in the country, with civilian, military, police, and other government aircraft constantly operating. To help manage this, DC has designated helicopter corridors, as well as altitude restrictions to keep everyone safe. So what happened during the crash? Flight data shows the Black Hawk helicopter flying south down a helicopter corridor over the Potomac River. Military officials say the pilots were experienced and were conducting an annual night training mission known as a check ride. Meanwhile, American Airlines Flight 5342 was traveling north toward Reagan National. It was originally supposed to land on runway 1, with a flight path that goes up the river. But at approximately 8:42 p.m., minutes before landing, the jet was told to use a different, shorter runway.
Check runway 33.
Yeah, we can do 33 for Blue 6342.
Change to turn runway 33, runway 33 clear to land.
Runway changes aren't unusual, but it meant the plane had to bow right before turning sharply left and cutting across the helicopter corridor. A move that pilots say makes the jet hard for helicopters to see, especially at a low altitude.
Confusion with ground lights is what it's called. When you're flying south and you get just to the east of the airport, off to the left is southeast DC. And so there's a lot of city lights, street lights. I-295 is over there, so there's a lot of vehicle lights. What happens is low-flying aircraft will get lost in the background of all those city lights, and you can't see them if they're moving towards you, away from you, or you can't see them at all.
There are also questions about staffing of air traffic control that night and whether more people should have been working. Another potential problem was altitude. Helicopters are supposed to fly below 200 feet in this part of the corridor, but flight data shows the helicopter may have risen above 300 feet as the airplane was descending from 400 feet. Officials say data from the aircraft's recording device still needs to be investigated to confirm. But Feller says even if altitude was a factor, something else likely went wrong before that.
A professional Army aviator is not going to fly within 100 feet of a passenger jet. He's just not going to do that. I would suspect that he didn't see the jet.
During a press briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said this.
There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DoD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DoD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable.
After the crash, the FAA announced it would restrict helicopter traffic in the area where the Black Hawk was traveling.
All right, so we're going to switch to these. Now, these are some videos that I have for the DC plane crash. It's going to have some of the air traffic control Those are going to play first. There's going to be some witnesses. Military expert breaks it down. We're going to show you the zoomed in, the best clarity of video that I could find. And then Captain Steve is going to discuss when it comes to that. So let me see here. And then there's, let me see, there was something else. Let's give me 1 second here. Make sure I got it all. I want to play these all for you. Let me see here. Okay, then we're gonna. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and let these go through for you here. Now, first, these are going to be the air traffic controls. This is that VAS Aviation channel again. These are all the controls, or the air traffic controls. And then I'm going to go into some of the experts that are talking about this. And then also we're going to show you some of the clearest video that I could find. And it's pretty clear video too. Give me 1 second here. Let me... Sorry, I kind of had to reshuffle everything. But we will be good. Here, let me see here. Aviation. All right, so here's the link to this. And then we'll check these out real quick. And these are, we're going to listen to the helicopter first. Let me turn this down a skosh too. We're going to listen to the helicopter first. And then after that, it's going to be the jet. All right. And let me shrink the screen too so you can see. You'll be able to see the closed captioning on it. All right, here we go. And go show some love to this channel, please.
Yeah, 79, contact Mark today. Okay. American 3130 for the final. Well, American 3130. Pass 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge in Sierra J at 1,200 feet, starting runway 33. That has a traffic start message on separation. This separation proof. American 1630 tower, runway 1 off wood, traffic throughout starting runway 33, dispatch 16 off. Yeah, 79, contact Mark today. Okay. American 3130 for the final. Well, American 3130. Pass 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge in Sierra J at 1,200 feet, starting runway 33. That has a traffic start message on separation. This separation proof. American 1630 tower, runway 1 off wood, traffic throughout starting runway 33, dispatch 16 off final. Runway 1. Lucy 307, keep rolling out to November, ground 47 today. American 16, turn to 1 star 32014, Duck 25, traffic 2 mile left base, runway 33, no delay, runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff. Number 1, clear for takeoff, American 1630. Pass 25, get the CRJ in flight. Pass 25, pass behind the CRJ. Pass 25 has a aircraft in flight, press separation. Good separation.
American 4782 by Baton now for individual.
American 472, Washington, 1 star 32017.
Alright, this is Win. Did you see that?
472. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, climb maintain 3000.
Okay, left heading 350, 3000, American 3130. Tower Blue Streak 5347 is on final. Request runway 33, circle to 33. Second heading for American 3130.
American 3130, go around to left end 2705, maintain 3000.
270 on the heading, 3000, American 3130.
Crash, crash, crash. This is alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is alert 3. Crash, crash, crash. This is alert 3. Oh, shit. Where's the alert 3? It is off the approach end of runway 33. Approach end of runway 33. Helicopter crash. Helicopter. Copy out this morning. Crash, crash, crash. This is alert 3. 2 helicopters. Helicopter CRJ. Approach end of runway 33. The approach end runway 33, a mile off final. Crash, crash, crash. Kilo CRJ, approach end 33. Okay. How many souls on board? We don't have any of that information. Towers reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash in Potomac River. Can we go ahead and hold all operations till we have emergency units respond? We're going to go ahead and show the aerodrome closed. Yeah, that's affirmative. Hold all operations, aerodrome closed.
And everybody just hold your positions, please, on the field right now.
That's 43, ready for taxi.
Everyone's going to have to hold for down. I'll get back to you just as soon as I can. Fire Command, the accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And we have clearance across all taxiways and runways, correct?
Yes, you have clearance through the whole field, all taxiways and runways.
Tower 5342 on Mount Vernon visual runway 1. Lucia 5342, Washington Tower 1 star 32 Zurich 17, gust 25. You take runway 33?
Yeah, we can do 33 for Blue 6342.
Lucia 5342, that's a Wilson Bridge, change to curve runway 33, clear to land.
Change to runway 33, runway 33, clear land, Blue 6342.
Jet 789, 1 star 32 Zurich 15, gust 25. Traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 16 takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 1, no delay.
Washington Tower, American 3130 with you, runway 1.
American 3130, Washington Tower 1 star 31 Zurich 14, gust 25, runway 16 land. Check for may depart parts arrival.
Okay, clear to land, runway 1, American 3130.
Jet 789, contact don't park today.
Okay.
American 3130, slow the final.
Slow in American 3130.
Pass 25, traffic just stopped at Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, start runway 33. Dispatch press crew. American 1630 Tower, runway 1, lot void, traffic throughout, start runway 33, dispatch 16 off final.
Final void, runway 1.
Lucia 5307, keep rolling out to November, ground 47 today. American 1630 1 star 32014, gust 25, traffic 2 mile left base runway 33, no delay, runway 15 for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff, American 1630.
Pass 25, get the CRJ in sight. Pass 25, pass behind the CRJ. Good separate.
American 4782 by Baton Mount for individual.
American 472, Washington Star, 1 star, 32017.
Wind.
That's when they noticed that it crashed.
Did you see that?
472. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, climb maintain 3000.
Okay, left heading 350, 3000, American 3130. Tower, Blue Streak, 5347 is on final. Request runway 33, circle to 33.
That's when they
Take heading
noticed.
from American 3130.
American 3130, go around, turn left in 270, climb maintain 3000.
270, heading 3000, American 3130.
Go sub up to this
American
channel too,
472,
please.
cancel Linux Mayor runway 1 continue.
Here's the link for this video as well. Dropping it in chat.
American 472, cancel approach clearance runway 1 continue.
Approach clearance canceled. We're continuing. Blue Streak 5305, I think you saw that every fire house.
Affirmative.
Clarify what you want 478 to do. Are we going around or are we continuing?
05, maintain 3000.
American 472 is going around. We're going to climb maintain 3000.
Next video is going to show you what it looks like flying in a Black Hawk.
347 is on final.
They did recover the black
All
box.
right, for American 472, we're on the go. We're going to climb maintain 3000. You have a heading?
American 472, let's start heading 270, climb maintain 3000. Contact Potomac run 118195.
We did recover both black boxes.
1895 American.
For this, we're still waiting on Philly.
American 3130, contact approach on 1895.
1895, 3130. 5347 is on final. Request circle to 33.
Blue Streak 5347, go around, climb maintain 3000, flight
3000 heading, go around 3000, Blue Streak 5347.
American 3130, contact approach, no, standby.
Crash. This is alert 3. Crash. This is alert 3. Crash. This is alert 3. Oh, shit. Where's the alert 3? It is off the approaching the runway 33. Approaching the runway 33. Helicopter crash. Helicopter. Yes, he obviously on. Copy out this morning. Crash. This is alert 3. 2 helicopters. Helicopter CRJ approaching the runway 33. Where are we? The approaching runway 33, a mile off final. Crash. Yeah. Kilo CRJ approaching 33. Okay. How many souls on board? We don't have any of that information. One for taxi 301.
All right, we're going to switch to this here. This is the live feed of what's going on out there. And if you want to hear the whole video, here's the link to this. I just wanted to share that part with you with that air traffic control. Shout out to them. There's the link. Go sub up, go show some love, hit a like, and drop a comment in their video section, please. This is a live look from the helicopter of them still conducting the search investigation. That shows the whole area right there. Now I'm going to show you a video that shows you what it's like to be inside the Black Hawk, what it's like flying in a Black Hawk helicopter. I'm going to show you guys that. Then we got some other videos for you that you can check out when it comes to different information, different updates, different experts, and different animations of what some experts feel took place. So we'll get you to that here. That's the live feed. I'm going to be checking in the background as I've been the whole time, just seeing if there is any other updates that are going on. Let me go ahead and get this back to full screen for you guys too. And then we'll check these out. We'll see if there's any updates after that. And if not, we'll go ahead and shut it down, and we'll see what happens the rest of the day. And if we'll be back on here, if there is any updates. It seems like it's going to take a long time to get some information in Philly. But if I do hop on it, it ain't going to be true crime. I always do go hang out the lounge from time to time. So if you're interested in just hanging out and having some laughs, talking about some other stuff, there's the link for the lounge. All right, so I'm going to get back to this. This is what it's like flying in a Black Hawk helicopter.
Well, CBS News transportation teams really are helping us to know a lot more about the two aircraft involved. So here you see on your screen what we're talking about. At the time of the crash, the 3 soldiers on board that Black Hawk helicopter flew in a standard military training flight. On the left, a standard PSA Airlines CRJ series jet holding 60 passengers and 4 crew members. Newly appointed Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth talked more about that Black Hawk flight last night. Let's take a listen.
Routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DoD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DoD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable.
So over the next several hours, you could be hearing a lot more about the use of potential night vision goggles aboard that military helicopter. So let's continue that conversation, bringing in CBS News' Ellie Watson. So, Ellie, you have some information about these soldiers and the units they came from.
Thank you, Chantel.
That's right, Reed. We learned actually from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth in that briefing at the White House that the 3 soldiers were a captain, a staff sergeant, and a chief warrant officer. They were soldiers as a part of the 12th Aviation Battalion out in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, which is just south of D.C., and they were flying an annual proficiency evaluation flight when the tragic accident happened near Reagan Airport last night. We know from Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth said that they were a fairly experienced Black Hawk crew. We know the Army is in the process of notifying family members, and after that, we may learn the identities of the 3 soldiers.
Now, we also have word that you've actually flown in a Black Hawk with the Secretary of Defense. Take us inside that craft and the staffing of that craft. There were 3, correct?
There were 3 in this flight. Black Hawks are one of the modes of transportation for senior Defense Department officials, like the Secretary of Defense, but also senior Army leaders, other senior Pentagon officials. The most recent time I was in a Black Hawk was in December in Tokyo, in Japan, when Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was visiting
y'all
there.
being here.
When I rode in the Black Hawk, you put on big headphones to shield your ears from the noise, and you get in, you sit down, there's a pilot, a co-pilot, and then 2 soldiers, at least in my experience, looking out of each side of the helicopter. And we know from Secretary Hegseth that the training exercise that this Black Hawk was taking part in was a continuity of government mission. And what that could mean is that these soldiers were training for an event, if there were an event that they needed to evacuate senior leaders like the Secretary of Defense or other high-up officials. They were training for an event like that when this tragic accident took place last night.
What about the reported use of night vision goggles? Do you have any reporting on that and how that could have affected their field of vision?
The Defense Secretary said that they had night vision goggles, but President Trump in the briefing room was unclear on whether or not they were wearing them. And if you have the night vision goggles on, you can see clearer more clearly in your range of vision, but may be obstructed from seeing peripherally. So that will be part of the investigation when investigators get on the ground and start looking at what led to this accident. We do know that Army CID is helping the National Transportation Safety Board with this investigation, but the Army has also sent investigators from the Army Combat Readiness Center to look into what the Army part of this was. The NTSB is leading the investigation, but the Army will be in support. And Reed, I also want to note something because we've talked all morning about how routine these helicopter flights are over the Potomac, and that is true. But President Trump's pick to lead the Army, to be the Secretary of the Army in his confirmation hearing, said that going forward, it may be worth looking at whether or not these training flights should be so close to Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of drilling down on how to avoid this in the future on many levels. And let's talk a little bit about that, because in his news conference, the president really seemed to indicate that somehow, potentially DEI policy was to blame for this crash. He's already taking some heat for that assertion. Some saying it's too early to make that assertion. But let's take it a step at a time. What is the chain of command in this investigation that could find out if the president is actually talking about something that's rooted in something concrete there?
The president's comments are way ahead of anything we've learned from investigators. The investigation, as I said, will be led by the National Transportation Safety Board with Army supporting. So the Army Criminal Investigative Division, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said is cooperating, is helping the NTSB, but we also have the Army Combat Readiness Center sending investigators and subject matter experts who can examine and investigate and then tell the NTSB what led to the Army part of this and what led to this training flight turning into such a terrible disaster.
Terrible disaster indeed. Ellie Watson, thank you so much, reporting live from the Pentagon for us. We appreciate it.
But first, let's check in with news station's Brian Enton live on the ground in D.C. Brian, massive recovery operation, believe no survivors. We're just learning now in the last couple of hours that they have found the 2 black boxes connected to the jet.
Yeah, we just confirmed that, Dan. The NTSB does now have the black boxes connected to the American Airlines jet. So that would be the cockpit voice recorder and also the data recorder. But remember, at this point, all indications are that the pilots of the American Airlines plane did absolutely nothing wrong. The Secretary of Defense was very, very clear about that today. They were just coming in to land. They were about to land on runway 33 here. They were on their route when all indications are this helicopter, for whatever reason, did not see them. They had night vision on the helicopter, but for whatever reason, the pilots did not see the plane and ran right into them. A lot of questions tonight, Dan, about the air traffic controllers. There was only one controller working at the time of the crash. Normally, we are told there would be 2 controllers. There'd be one.
See what I'm saying? One was doing the job of 2 during the time of the crash. You don't sit there and wait on, yeah, I can see him. No, how about steer out of the way? Looking somewhere else. Something. Because when you look at that radar, it was even alerting them. You can hear it on the air traffic control. You can hear the alert of the warning. It's horrible.
One controller in charge of the helicopters and one controller in charge of the planes. Remember, there's a lot of helicopters in this area because we're right near the Capitol. For whatever reason, there was only one controller working, which apparently could have led to that person being overwhelmed, not realizing until the last minute that the helicopter and the plane were on a collision course. Also new, and I just was listening to the air traffic control audio from this, the night before the crash, so Wednesday night, Dan, around the same time, there was another American Airlines plane that had to do a last-minute go-around here at Reagan. It was about to land and had to go around because of a helicopter. That is something now that investigators are also looking into.
Isn't that crazy? It could have been a couple nights in a row that this took place.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Brian Enton brings up really important points. So we're going to be talking to a captain about the flight piece of this. We're going to be talking to a former air traffic controller about the air traffic control piece of this. Brian Enton, thank you. If you get anything else, please, we'll throw you right back on the air. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
And make sure to subscribe.
How did an American Airlines plane and a Black Hawk helicopter end up in a tragic crash while the plane was attempting to land on runway 33? In the videos ahead, we'll take a closer look at the final hours leading up to the crash, the confusion between the PAT-25 VIP military helicopter and the air traffic controller, and how the rescue operation is being carried out. More details all in the video ahead. The plane had departed from Wichita Dwight D. Eisenhower National Airport in Kansas earlier that evening. A PSA Airlines aircraft, operated under American Airlines and identified as Flight AA5342, collided midair with a military Black Hawk helicopter at approximately 9 p.m. on Wednesday, January 29, 2025. The tragic incident occurred as the plane was making its final approach toward Reagan Washington National Airport in Arlington, Virginia. American Airlines confirmed that 64 people were aboard the jet, 60 passengers and 4 crew members, while 3 soldiers were aboard the military helicopter. This plane's radio transponder stopped transmitting about 2,400 feet, which is around 730 meters short of the runway, roughly over the middle of the river.
See, right there, that plane was already getting to land. That plane should have priority over any of that airspace. Now, you're going to hear later on that they probably thought that there was confusion from the helicopter looking at a plane that was about to come in on runway 1. But again, when you're looking at the radar, why are they going to rely when there's that many aircraft in the air? Do you see the aircraft? Yes. Why was somebody not saying stick to this altitude and head in this direction, not the direction towards the plane, the direction away from it?
This has marked the first major U.S. commercial crash in more than 15 years. From an aerial perspective, it is evident that Flight AA5342 was approaching the airport from the south, descending over the scenic Potomac River. This area is known for its proximity to several iconic landmarks, such as the Pentagon, located nearby in Pentagon City. To the north, one can spot the striking dome of the United States Capitol building, a symbol of American democracy. The Potomac River, which encircles the airport and much of Arlington, serves as a natural boundary and offers breathtaking views for arriving flights.
Yes. And so with the helicopter was flying a path that is used in emergency situations to get officials from one location to the next.
However, this area is also densely trafficked, both by air and on the ground, adding to the complexity of air traffic management in the region. American Airlines Flight 5342, which we'll refer to as the landing flight, was on its final approach to runway 33. At this stage, called short final, the aircraft was mere moments from landing, flying at an altitude of about 400 feet.
It was supposed to land on runway 1, got stitched 33 at the last second.
This is the most critical phase of landing, where every second counts and pilots are laser focused on safely bringing the plane down. At the same time, an Army Black Hawk helicopter, identified as PAT-25, was reportedly on a possible training flight. It was flying perpendicular to the flight path of Flight 5342, following the course of the Potomac River. The Potomac River is a designated flight corridor for helicopters, and it's common to see aircraft like this operating in the area. The key difference between the two aircraft in this scenario was their operating rules. The Black Hawk helicopter, PAT-25, was flying under visual flight rules. This means it was required to rely on visual observation of its surroundings to avoid other aircraft. The landing flight 5342 was operating under instrument flight rules, which give it priority over VFR flights in controlled airspace. This system assumes that VFR aircraft will actively maintain visual separation to avoid conflicts. Moments before the collision, the air traffic control tower at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport called PAT 25 to confirm whether they had the other aircraft in sight. PAT 25 responded that they did. At first glance, this seems like an acknowledgement that they were aware of Flight 5342's presence and were taking steps to avoid it. However, it now seems likely that PAT 25 had mistakenly identified a different aircraft, possibly a departing flight from the same airport, and believed that was the other aircraft referred to by the tower. Tragically, PAT 25 may not have realized that Flight 5342
That's interesting because that makes a lot more sense because this other aircraft
and believed that was
this other aircraft was coming in on one, and now that I see that departing aircraft and them turn and then go behind, now that path makes a lot more sense.
The other aircraft referred to by the tower. Tragically, PAT 25 may not have realized that Flight 5342 was descending directly into its path.
This right here, I don't understand. I don't understand how you don't see that. I don't understand how you don't see that, because if you see that path, my window goes all the way to my side. How am I not seeing this aircraft in front of me as I'm flying in this direction? Okay. That's something that don't make sense. Because you see this part right here sticking out of the side of the helicopter? That's as far as your field of view goes, okay? This trail here from the plane landing, that's all in your field of view. I do not understand that.
Misidentification could have led to the Black Hawk failing to adjust its course in time to avoid a collision. Although I'm not a pilot, this is what appears to have happened based on the available information. It's a heartbreaking incident that raises questions about how such misunderstandings can occur and what.
Plus, it was flying at 300 feet and the max was only supposed to be 200 feet.
Safety measures can prevent them in the future. If you have more insight or expertise, please feel free to share your thoughts in the comments.
And you know, that's what kind of makes me wonder why this one actually took place and the one the night before didn't take place, is because maybe the helicopter the night before was actually flying at the maximum of 200. And it was a close call because it went under that airplane. I think the reason that this one took place was because this airplane was flying above maximum altitude.
The passenger plane broke into multiple pieces and sank several feet into the river. Meanwhile, the helicopter ended up landing upside down on the water. Regarding the rescue mission, the main challenge is access. The water they're working in is about 8 feet deep, which is roughly 2.5 meters. On top of that, the conditions are tough. There's strong wind, chunks of ice floating around, which obstructs rescue workers. We also have audio from air traffic control that has been published online, capturing the moments as the two aircraft approach each other. In the recording, we can hear a conversation. It appears to involve the air traffic controller, with P standing for priority air transport, the helicopter, and CRJ referring to the passenger plane. The response seems to come from the helicopter, but something goes terribly wrong. The two aircraft continue to move closer to each other until they crash, and there was no response from the other side. This long shot video, recorded by the Kennedy Center cam, seems to show two aircraft, a helicopter and a commercial airliner colliding, creating a huge flash. If you take a close-up shot, you can clearly see the Black Hawk helicopter traveling at an alarmingly high speed directly towards the plane, a moment of impending danger captured in stark detail. According to reports, the situation unfolded due to apparent confusion on the part of the Black Hawk pilot. He was seemingly unaware of the presence of a second aircraft in the vicinity, which ultimately led to a critical misjudgment. When the flight controller radioed in, asking if the pilot had identified Flight 5342, the pilot confidently confirmed that he had visual contact. However, the plane he was referring to wasn't Flight 5342, it was a completely different aircraft flying above his position. This misidentification proved costly. The pilot, certain he was operating safely, continued his course. Tragically, he ended up flying directly into the path of an oncoming aircraft. The sequence of events highlights the immense complexity and risks of aviation, where even small communication errors or lapses in situational awareness can lead to dangerous, life-threatening outcomes. Let's take a look at a different case scenario of a Jeju Air Flight 2216. This South Korean airline was granted permission to land from the south on runway 1 northward. But control tower cautions against bird activity, so the aircraft made a slight deviation in flight path. The pilot declares Mayday after it hit a couple of birds, and it was instructed to make a go-around and land on runway 19 southward. It was at this moment the airplane encountered another problem with the landing gear, which did not open. Finally, the plane had to make a belly landing with what was supposedly a landing gear failure because it hit in the middle of the runway and crashed into the elevated local laser antenna and concrete, erupting into a huge fireball, while the tail section remained intact. Morning 8:57. ATC broadcast a cautionary advisory about bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. 8:59. The pilot of Flight 7C2216 reports a bird strike, declares an emergency with repeated. This is what he said: Mayday, 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 calls and notifies ATC with a message. Bird strike, go around. Just 1 minute after the bird strike at 9 o'clock. The flight initiates a go-around maneuver and requests authorization to land on runway 19, which requires an approach from the opposite end of the airport's single runway, that is from the north to the south, which is not the actual landing procedure. Usually then land from the south to the north. 9:01 in the morning, ATC clears the aircraft to land on runway 19, 9:02 local time. The aircraft touches down on the runway approximately 1,200 meters, which translates to 3,940 feet from the threshold of the 2008.
Okay, so it's talking about, hold on. It's all right. It's talking about other aircraft there. I'm going to go to the next video. This is again the audio dispatch.
Towers reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash into the Potomac River.
Advised, there's a helicopter in the water. Been found by boats retrieving injured. They're looking for the aircraft at this moment.
Towers reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash into the Potomac River.
Advised, there's a helicopter in the water. Been found by boats retrieving injured. They're looking for the aircraft at this moment.
And you were driving, you see this thing happen. What did it look like to you?
I saw only about 2 seconds of it, but I believe that what I saw was the collision. So I was headed south, going straight. The airport was off to my left. I was looking at the line of planes coming in because that highway lines up almost exactly with the line of planes coming in to land. It's just off to the right a little bit. So I was driving home, and I always watch that line of planes coming in. I saw how evenly spaced apart they were, and I thought there might be one right off to my left, right about to land. It looked like the spacing was right, so I looked off, and initially I saw the plane, and it looked fine, normal. It was right about to head over land, maybe 120 feet above the water. It looked like a fairly, a small end but normal sized passenger jet, and it looked normal. It was level. So I looked back at the road, and then I looked back again just to see if I could maybe see it land. And this was 3 seconds later, and at that point it was banked all the way to the right. I would say maybe past the right, past 90 degrees. I could see the underside of it. It was lit up a very bright yellow, and there was a stream of sparks underneath it. It looked like a Roman candle if you've ever held one of those on the 4th of July, but it was much, much bigger than that. It was high off the ground. I didn't see anything beyond that. I didn't see any helicopter. It's a very, very dark night out tonight, so anything that's not illuminated, you can't really see. So I didn't see the other aircraft, but I saw the plane banking at an angle that a plane shouldn't bank, and I saw sparks flying.
Wow. That drive that so many Washingtonians do, I've driven that many times myself. And those planes, as you said, it's extremely normal to see tons and tons of aircraft landing all the time. So you see this happening, you see the sparks flying. What happened next? What did you do next?
So I was turning my head to the left and I was driving, right? So I looked at this for, it couldn't have been more than 2 seconds, and then I needed to look back at the road. And then I looked back again. I wondered if I was going to see an explosion, a crash into the ground. I was trying to decide if I should call 911. This was all happening very, very quickly. So I wasn't thinking entirely rationally, but I turned back and I didn't see anything. I didn't see a plane hit the ground. I didn't see flames or an explosion or smoke. I didn't see emergency lights. It was so brief what I saw that I actually wondered for a moment if I had hallucinated it in some way. And I kept driving, and just a few seconds later, I was too far along to be able to turn my head back and see the airport anymore. So I looped back around. I U-turned on the highway to go back and see if I could see anything. And when I turned back north and drove by the same point, I still didn't see anything. No flames, no crash, no nothing.
All right, Shulman, thank you very much for joining us. And honestly, I'm so sorry that you actually witnessed this happen. I want to go now to Pete Montine. Pete, you got some breaking news for us?
We just have this in from American Airlines. Spokesperson Sarah Jantz tells me on board this flight, American Airlines flight 5342, there were 60 passengers on board and 4 crew. This was not.
I'm going to ask if I can, with you on standing by, General Teichert, to have our control room roll that video again of what that webcam from the Kennedy Center captured, the moment of that midair collision. And there it is again. And maybe you could do some play-by-play, General Teichert, on what you were just talking about. I think you were saying that the view that we're getting, the plane is coming towards the camera, the plane is coming from the south to the north, and that Black Hawk would be coming in, presumably from the east, you said, correct?
Yeah, Ashley, as I look at that, there's the one aircraft that's taking off that's up above, but the brighter light that you see is presumably the passenger aircraft that's arriving to Reagan from the south, and we're looking at it from the north. So that plane would be basically coming towards us. The smaller light that you see to the left would be to the passenger aircraft's right or the east, and has that fairly fast vector from left to right until you see the larger flash in the collision. And again, that type of communication that would indicate what are the controllers at DCA seeing and what is being transmitted between those two aircraft is going to be very telling to understand what they knew, what they saw, and why there wasn't deconfliction provided by the controllers.
My colleague, Leland Vittert, has a perfect view of this from his apartment right across the Potomac. He's got a question for you, Brigadier General John Teichert. Leland, can you hear me?
General, I can. The view actually that you're looking at is from my balcony, so we've watched over the past couple of hours. From when they shut down all the air traffic to the emergency response to now this eerie calm that has set in with no sirens as the police boats remain out there. General, incredible insight into what was going on in the cockpit, both of the Black Hawk and of the aircraft, the regional jet. But there's reporting that as the plane flew up the Potomac from the south towards the north, that the air traffic controllers asked the regional jet to switch runways, which would have meant it turned out to the right and would have come back over the area where the Marine One base is, and then turned into runway 33. And I'm thinking about just the amount of time that the Black Hawk would have had to respond to that of the regional jet switching runways.
I think that while they would have been told to switch runways, it's not this aggressive maneuver in a regional jet that would prompt them to reposition and be a surprise to the Black Hawk. And I think while the outside control communication will be interesting, the internal cockpit communication that we'll eventually get from these flight data recorders or black boxes is going to be extremely revealing to understand not just what the controllers were saying, but what was happening within both of those cockpits to help them to understand what they saw, what they didn't see, and what they thought was going on. But I don't think that a reposition of a runway for landing of a slow, stable regional aircraft would cause it to maneuver in a way that was aggressive and maybe would be a surprise.
We're just getting, General, just in the past 30 seconds, and obviously all these are recorded, but there's now recordings showing conversations between the Black Hawk and DCA tower asking if they have the regional jet in sight. So clearly the tower was understanding this. One thing that struck me just watching this response is the massive amount of resources that have poured in here. We know about the Maryland State Police, obviously, DC Fire and Rescue. Just talk to us, because you all have trained for this so many times. In the 5 to 10 minutes after this crash would have occurred, how many resources can be thrown at this incident? Who would have been coming in? What's above? What's in the air, and then what's on the Potomac as well?
There would be an integrated response plan that includes assets on the ground that could be deployed out into the water and then from the air. And it also would be understood that there would be a singular commander responsible for the overall coordination of these activities. The thing that's particularly interesting about where this happened is that it's at the convergence of the state of Maryland, the state of Virginia, and the city of Washington, D.C., which could create gaps and seams, but also provides a wealth of resources.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
All right, here's the video I was talking about. Here's the link for it if you want to go save it. This is the clearest, zoomest video, whatever you want to call it, that I could find. So here's the link to this, and then we're going to be checking out another video from Captain Steve here in a second, breaking this one down. And then we're going to hear from a Black Hawk pilot. And then I'm going to give you live feeds from each search, and then we'll go ahead and end the show after this. I want to say thank you all for hanging out. This is the best video I could find with the zoom. All right, and you see it. Now that helicopter, now it's starting to come from the left, right where the skyline is. You can see it very left. It's kind of a third of the way from the left. Now it's rising. It was at the skyline. Now it's rising in the air. All right. And now they are getting closer. And right there. Like I said, that's the best video, so there's the link for it. Definitely save it. We're going to check out this video from Captain Steve here next. Breaking this.
Here's what happened last night. I'm able to secure the actual audio from the incident over the Potomac last night. Let's listen in together.
79, contact on mark today. Okay. American 7130 for the final.
You're going to see a back and forth now between Reagan Tower and the various aircraft that they have lined up on approach into the airport. This happened at about 8:46 p.m. Last evening, and you can see there's several airplanes lined up. That's typical coming in about that time of night at Reagan. They're talking to American Airlines 3130, which I think is number 2 for the runway. They're telling them to slow down to their final approach speed because they're separating everybody on the way in. It's going to turn out that American 3130 is a key player in what happens here.
Well, American 3130. Pat 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge is CRJ.
Pat 25 is the helicopter that ran into the CRJ 700. It was a PSA flight. The flight number is 5342. It would go under the call sign Blue Streak 5342. You don't ever hear them talking to tower. They've already been cleared to land on runway 33. So they would come in on an approach on runway 1, and then they would kind of circle to land on runway 33. It's a little shorter runway, but they take some of the regional jets and they put them on that runway. Pat 25 is the Black Hawk helicopter that is just south of the Woodrow Bridge, and they've just taken off. They're airborne. The tower is saying to them, there's traffic. It's a CRJ. It's at 1,200 feet lined up for runway 33. Do you have that traffic? Pat 25 is going to call back and say yes.
It's 1,200 feet, circle runway 33.
Pat 25 says, has the traffic in sight, request visual separation. What that means is that they're going to take responsibility for visual separation from that aircraft. What happened? Here's what I think happened. This is not the final word on it, but what I think happened was it was at night. There's several airplanes lined up. There is that Blue Streak 5342, which is a CRJ that they ran into. Right behind them, just a few miles, is American 3130. Everybody has their lights on as they're coming in. I believe the helicopter looked at the American 3130 and said, I've got the traffic in sight, and they never saw the airplane, the CRJ that was right next to them. That's my conjecture on what happens.
American 1630 tower, runway 1 lock void traffic, direct runway 33, dispatch 16 off final.
So this is typical stuff that's going on in a busy airport. They're lining somebody up to take off. They're saying, pay attention. I'm going to give you an immediate takeoff here. I've got traffic lining up for runway 33. That's the CRJ that got ran into. And he's on a 6-mile final. It might be somebody even behind him, but they're lining everybody up to take off into land.
307. Keep rolling down from November, Southwest today.
You can see at the bottom of your screen there, the CRJ, the Blue Streak 5342. They're beginning to now kind of come out a little bit to line up the runway to land on runway 33. They're not going to go right straight down the river. They got to come out a little bit wider and come in. But remember, Pat 25, which is up here, the helicopter at the middle of your screen, they've already said we accept responsibility for visual separation.
American 16, turn to 1 star 320 and 14, Buck 25, traffic 2 mile left base, runway 33, no delay, runway 13 for BD
Clears
takeoff.
American to
Number
take
one,
off.
clear to take off, American 1630.
Here it comes.
CRJ in sight.
Now the tower is seeing what's happening, and they're saying, "Do you have the CRJ in sight?" Because you guys are getting kind of close. And the Pat 25, the helicopter, says once again, "Yeah," and I'm asking for visual separation. Okay, the responsibility is on you then.
Pat 25, pass on the CRJ.
Has a aircraft in sight.
Okay, so Pat 25 says, "Has the aircraft in sight? Request visual separation." I don't think they had these guys in sight.
So
I think they had
typically-
the airplane behind them in sight. That's why this is such a tragedy.
American 472 by Baton number visual.
American 472, off star 1 star 32017.
So you hear somebody in the tower go, "Oh," when they see what just happened. As you can see in your screen here, the collision took place. The tower has seen it happen in real time. They're human beings. Are reacting just like you and I would. The helicopter ran into
You're
the
welcome,
CRJ.
KB.
The
Thank you
CRJ's
for being here.
airspace
What's
was
up,
their
Dave?
airspace. In front of them, behind them, on both sides of them, it was the responsibility of the helicopter to maintain visual separation. They even told him a couple times, "Do you got him in sight? Do you got him in sight?" He said, "Yep, got him in sight. I'm accepting responsibility for the separation." And I think just like when you're driving in a car and you look and you see a car behind the one that almost hit you, you see that car and you didn't see the one right here. And when you turn out in front, sometimes there's a collision. It's really tragic when this happens in an airplane. Again, it's been decades since there's been a mid-air collision in this country. This is such an unusual circumstance to take place. It's such a tragedy. It's been 12 years since there's been a fatality in a commercial airliner here in the United States. That's unprecedented. And that wasn't a mid-air collision. That was just an accident. This is a mid-air collision, and this hasn't happened in forever. So now we know what's going on here. Pat 25, the helicopter, accepted responsibility for visual separation. They probably had their eyes on the airplane behind them, and then they tragically ran into these guys.
Did you see that? 472. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, maintain 3000.
So now what happens from the tower's perspective is they have to work through denial pretty fast. They just saw this happen in real time in front of them. They're human beings like the rest of us. They're kind of in shock, but they've still got airplanes coming in. They've got American Airlines 1630, which just took off. They've got to hand them off to departure. They got American 3130 that's coming in. They got American 472 behind them. They got to do something with these airplanes. Right? The airplane port is going to be shut here in a second. So they're going to start telling all these guys to go around while they're trying to handle the emergency and get the emergency equipment out. And all of that is, everybody's kind of in a little fog for a few seconds here while all of this is taking place. The tragedy of it hits you hard. And they're very professional. Watch how they handle this. But man, they're busy.
Good luck, 350, 3000, American 3130. Tower, Blue Streak, 5347 is on final request, circle 33. Maintain 7130.
3130, go around, turn left in 270, maintain 3000.
270 on the heading, 3000.
See how fast he's talking? He's trying to get all these other airplanes out of here.
Crash. This is alert 3. Crash.
Okay, what's MWAA? It's the Metro Washington Airport Authority. Every airport has some sort of governing authority over it. Many times it's called the Port Authority. Up in Boston, it's Mass Port, right? In New York, it's the Port Authority. Down here in Washington, it's the Metro Washington Airport Authority. They're now announcing officially there's a crash. So they go over the radio and they broadcast to everybody. The tower is the main recipient of this, that there's been a crash. He's going to repeat that. That puts a whole bunch of things into motion all at the same time. The fire crews now are going to jump in their uniforms. They're going to get in their fire trucks. They're going to drive to where the crash is. There's going to be details about this coming, but this whole thing is very frenzied and happens very fast. But these are really highly trained professionals. They do a really terrific job.
Alert 3. Crash. This is alert 3.
And alert 3 is a crash.
Oh, shit. Where's the alert 3? It is off the approach end of runway 33. Helicopter crash. Copy out this morning. Crash. This is alert 3. 2 helicopters.
Okay, so again, fog of war. The first report that they get is that it's 2 helicopters. They're going to clarify this really quickly because the tower is talking back and forth, and the tower's going to say, nope, it was a CRJ and a helicopter. So they get this, because it's cleared up pretty fast.
Helicopter CRJ, approach end of runway 33.
That's really fast.
The approach end of runway 33, a mile off final. Crash. Kilo CRJ, approach end 33. Okay. How many souls on board? We don't have any of that information. Tower's reporting a CRJ and helicopter crash.
So they're passing the information back and forth to the first responders who need it. Everybody's trying to clarify while they're jumping in their trucks and they're heading out there. Now they know exactly where they're going. It's at the approach end of runway 33. It's somewhere in the Potomac. Now they're going to have to coordinate boats and other things. Eventually they're going to get helicopters involved.
Can we go ahead and hold all operations till we have emergency units respond? We're going to go ahead and show the aerodrome closed.
They want to close the airport so they can go.
Yeah, that's perfect. All operations are closed.
Everything's closed.
And everybody just hold your positions, please, on the field right now.
Okay, so this is the ground controller. Now, the ground controller is the one that's going to get all these trucks going where they need to go. But the ground controller needs to stop all the airplanes. So she just makes a blanket broadcast. Everybody stop right where you are. Every once in a while, you kind of half hear that, and then you say, okay, I'm sorry. And there's also people asking to be released from their gate to go. They're not into what's going on yet because they just put their headsets on, and they're just getting ready to go. One aircraft's going to ask to do this, and she's just going to say, everybody stop.
That's 438, ready for taxi.
Everyone's going to have to hold for down.
No.
I'll get back to you just as soon as I can. Fire command. The accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33.
It's amazing to me how much clarity they have about actually what happened and where it happened. Many times in an accident like this, it takes 5 to 10 minutes just to get everything sorted out. They're very good here at getting it all very concise. And so the response time was phenomenal on this.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Okay, ARF is the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighters. That's the actual fire chief that's in the fire truck. He's asking, is the airport closed and are all the runways closed as well? That way he can expedite getting out there. He doesn't have to stop and ask, can I cross this runway? Can I go on that taxiway? She's about to tell him the whole place is shut down. You go. You own the airport now.
All runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And we have clearance across all taxi bases, correct?
Yes, you have clearance through the whole field, all taxiways and runways.
So basically she's saying to these guys, go. And at that moment, the fire trucks take off. What we know about the accident at this point is that there were no survivors. It's now a recovery operation. That's the sad part about all of this. And that's the part that really hits us hard right here. But I know you wanted to hear what happened and maybe my response to how they handled this emergency and what led to it. It looks pretty clear at this point that the helicopter had accepted visual separation. That's when they make that call when they're cleared for that. They said, yep, we've got the airplane in sight. And the airplane they had in sight was the wrong airplane. There was.
Yep. So requested visual separation was flying at 300 when it was supposed to be at 200 max. Now, this is an ex-Black Hawk helicopter that believes 3 things that went wrong in this collision. And then after this, we'll be ending it. Unless there's any more updates, I'll give you live feeds of both searches going on, investigations. And I want to say thank you all for being here with us. Appreciate your company, and without you, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. Thank you all so much.
I'm going to bring in Elizabeth McCormick, a former Black Hawk helicopter pilot, and Cedric Layton, CNN military analyst and retired Air Force colonel. Elizabeth, let me start with you. An Army pilot who has flown Black Hawk helicopters like you in this area around Reagan National Airport told CNN's reporter Haley Pritzky that the Army's flights are routinely planned down to the tiniest detail. This pilot said that based on the risk, the briefer will approve or disapprove parts of the flight plan. That assessment is then run by the unit's commander, then submitted to the FAA. So if it went through all of those levels, the question, of course, is just how could this have happened?
Well, I believe there's.
And even if they accepted visual, when you're looking at that radar, you don't trust. Hey, you don't trust that? You just say, hey, we need you to fly at this altitude in this direction. When it all comes down to it, somebody should have been watching that radar.
There's 3 things that happened.
Regardless.
If it had just been one, it wouldn't have been an issue, but three different things happened. First of all, they only had a crew of 3. And if you're flying a visual flight plan in a crowded airspace like this, they really should have had 2 crew chiefs in the back of the helicopter to clear each side. Pilots only had visibility from straight ahead, 12 to 3 o'clock. or 12 from not to 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So you only have visibility of the front 180 degrees. Your crew chiefs clear the back. If you only have one crew chief, how much can you clear? I think that was a major issue.
So
and
that's
well
interesting.
As the, yeah, go ahead.
Keep going. Well, so are you saying instead of a crew of 3, it should have been a crew of 4? How many people should have been on the helicopter? And then please continue with your other 2 points.
Yes, so 3 is a minimum crew for a Black Hawk helicopter. In my opinion, when you're going into visual flight mode in a crowded airspace like this, it should be a minimum of 4. So you have a pilot on each side for visibility. That's the first one. The second one is, it is, whether they were on night vision goggles at that time or not, it is a very cluttered airspace with a lot of lighting and the lights reflecting on the river. And so with that, it's easy to kind of get a little disoriented as far as the height. They were supposed to be at 200 feet, which is the helicopter routing in that area, and it wouldn't have been a conflict, but they were not at 200 feet. Obviously, reportedly, the incident happened at around 350 to 400 feet as the airliner was descending. So that they were at the wrong height. So that's a pilot error. The first would be a policy error or choice. And then the third is air traffic control said, do you have the CRJ in sight? Well, there were two aircraft in their field of view, and actually only one was really obvious to them. And that was if you watch the video, the aircraft taking off in the foreground is probably the one they were facing, the pilots were facing, and said, yeah, I got it. The air traffic control should have said, do you have the aircraft at 5 o'clock? So they were looking at the rear. If they had done that, the Black Hawk is maneuverable. The Black Hawk could have moved out of the way quickly. They can move on a dime and make that happen. And it wouldn't have happened.
Cedric, that's one of the most informed explanations I've heard of what possibly went wrong that I've yet. Thank you so much for that. Do you agree with what you had to say?
Yeah, basically I do, Jake. Elizabeth has obviously a wealth of experience with this. And when you look at the way in which the crews are set up for Black Hawk helicopters, that's a critical thing. You've got the mission planning piece that you mentioned, and as Elizabeth was explaining, there are also so many concerns that they have to really look at, including not only the weather and not only air traffic considerations, but also what kind of things they can expect in terms of topographical features and things like that. And that should be a given. But there are things that change sometimes. Sometimes there's new construction and things like that. And so they have to have as much meticulous planning as possible. And if that planning isn't taken into consideration and isn't done in the right way, then of course there could be significant consequences. Not saying that happened here, of course.
Right. We don't know. We're just trying to make informed observations about what possibly happened. Obviously, Elizabeth says that the Black Hawk was supposed to be at 200 feet, and it was actually at 350. Right. Is that easy? Is that a mistake that's easy to make to be at 350 when you think you're at 200 feet?
Not normally, because the altimeter, which measures your altitude, is supposed to be calibrated to be exact, and you should never fly an aircraft that doesn't have that kind of an instrument calibrated properly. So that should not happen. If they, for some reason flew at 300 instead of 200, that could be a significant issue, and that could explain why they were flying, where they were flying, and at what altitude they were flying. So it is a significant thing that the NTSB is definitely going to have to look at.
All right, fascinating stuff. Cedric Clayton here and Elizabeth McCormick. Thanks to both of you.
For more on this, I want to bring in CNN's Danny Freeman, who is here with me at Reagan National Airport. And Danny, obviously, anyone who lives in this area has flown inside this airport a million times and understands how busy these runways are. This was actually a huge fight in Congress last year because lawmakers want to always add a direct flight so they can get back home easily on the weekends when they're out of session. But lawmakers from Virginia and from Maryland were expressing a lot of concern about adding more more flights to put in this airspace, given how congested it already was.
Yeah, you heard Senator Tim Kaine speak about that a lot, both last night and, of course, today as well, that this has been a concern that he's been talking about for quite some time. And I think you can expect to hear more about that, not only because of the tragedy that happened yesterday, but also because part of our CNN Investigates team, they've been unveiling, or I should say reporting on near misses, specifically here at Reagan National Airport in the past, that have also specifically happened when it comes to landing around helicopters. According to, again, some of our CNN Investigates teammates, in the past 3 years, at least 2 other pilots have reported near misses, specifically where they had to make evasive maneuvers with passenger planes to avoid hitting helicopters as they were coming in for a landing. So you can expect that piece of information to definitely get more scrutiny and perhaps fuel more fire to this conversation about if there perhaps is too much traffic in general, but also when it comes to these helicopters flying sometimes routine missions around this area.
Yeah, and that was something that stood out to me today from that briefing that we had at the White House, where the new Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, was there, and he was essentially saying that he said the pilots on the helicopter were fairly experienced. We know it was 3 members. That's pretty standard for a lot of these training flights, which we thought it was a training flight because it happened at night. He said that this one was a continuity of government flight. We know that we had heard that sometimes they do these where essentially if there was something that had to happen and they had to whisk someone, a senior congressional leader, for example, out of wherever they were in Washington, it would be a flight like this where it would happen. So that's why these helicopters were flying so close to the airspace.
Well, and Caitlin, I mean, we heard from Natasha Bertrand today, also from the Pentagon, saying that these pilots aboard that Black Hawk helicopter had as much as 1,500 hours of experience. So again, to your point, these were not inexperienced people who are behind the controls here, but we're still waiting to see just what went so wrong last night.
Danny Freeman, thank you for that. And also tonight, an Army pilot who has flown a Black Hawk helicopter near the airport describes what that is like. Retired Marine Colonel William Berner Dunn, a former attack helicopter pilot, is here with me now. And Colonel, thank you for being here. Can you just, as someone who has done this, can you tell us, one, what it's like and how challenging it is to fly over in this airspace?
Thank you. It is very challenging. I've flown Marine Cobras right there on the low-level route around Reagan National Airport, several decades ago. It's very difficult. You're working with air traffic control nonstop, and you're focused completely on ensuring that in my time, you couldn't go above 100 feet above the ground level. And so it's very challenging, but it's very doable.
And so what was the first thought that went through your head when you heard this? Because, we heard a small plane had crashed in the Potomac. That was the initial report. And obviously we got a lot more information. But the minute I heard Black Hawk helicopter, I mean, it was just stunning to hear that it had collided with a passenger plane.
Well, the first thing when I heard the news is I was very confident that we're not going to be any survivors. We've had several mishaps over our years in the military that I've been in, and almost always a midair results in complete fatalities. Sometimes people are able to survive, but rarely. So I was very upset, and I felt for the families of the soldiers as well as all the civilians on the airplane.
Right.
Yeah, and as did we, of course, those 3 soldiers who were serving and were on that Black Hawk helicopter.
So I want to go ahead and end the show. I want to say thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Please hit the like if you haven't. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. And we will be back. If there's any updates, I'll let you know, whether it's a community post or we're back live or a video. And let's just pray that it doesn't happen again. When you hear these missed cross paths before, one just happened the night before. Let's hope we don't have another one. Thank you, everybody. Please, peaceful, positive day. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you get the notification if we do go live short last minute like we did this morning. And we'll see you on the next live. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Stay safe. Love you, and tell all your loved ones you love them too.
Okay over there? Alright, is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related? She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson, who's possibly with the daughter. Is that right with this? 2412. Someone's calling in, so they have a female that are suffering medication. Check control, check them out. First time out.